the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And the golden age of America is upon us, and I'm inviting everyone here today and every citizen across our land to take part in the most extraordinary period of peace, prosperity, growth, innovation, wealth creation, and expansion the world has ever seen. We're on our way. I mean, everyone's talking about us. 3 weeks. We're in there for a couple of days more than 3 weeks. And everyone's talking about it. You have to see the crowds of people outside. It's pretty amazing what's happening. We're on the verge of soaring markets, surging incomes, booming production, groundbreaking technologies, thrilling discoveries, and a quantum leap in the quality of life. Absolutely a quantum leap. One day, very soon, our country will have the greatest economy in the history of the world because we once again have a president who puts America first, and we put America first, and your country should put your country first. But in the end, we want America first, and when it's all beautiful, which it's going to be pretty soon, we want to help other countries, and you want to help other countries. But you know, I tell your leaders, and some of the leaders are in this room right now, you got to put your country first. Whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it's something else, you got to put your country first. But we're going to have plenty left over to help others also.
President Trump speaking, and how appropriate to talk about a quantum leap, because I feel like it has been a quantum leap since 1 month ago today. Think about that. Just 1 month ago today, we were here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I was with many of you, right? Many of you as we were broadcasting live, having a party, if you will, a celebration 1 month ago today of the swearing-in ceremonies of one President Donald J. Trump, sworn in as the 47th President of the United States of America. Talk about Trump Force 47. Whew. It has moved at warp speed at a pace redefining the so-called news cycle within less than a month. Yes, President Trump revamping so many different policies, but I'll begin with immigration policy because one of his latest executive orders signed just last night stops in its tracks. This is end it, stop it. Stops the spending of your tax dollars, federal tax dollars, to support illegal immigration. That means, he says, taxpayer dollars cannot be used to, quote, incentivize or support illegal immigration, preventing any federal resources from supporting illegals. And so already, of course, locally, and I was looking for this affects us locally. It affects everybody across the country because these are federal dollars that have been spent on immigration that is not for those who are legally here, legal pathways, legal citizenship. That's not what we're talking about here. You know what we're talking about. And so the Trump administration saying the goal of the executive order is to ensure, quote, taxpayer resources are used to protect the interests of American citizens, not, and I'm quoting here, not illegal aliens, which is the technical legal definition of those here illegally. So under the order, federal departments and agencies must identify and end all federally funded programs providing financial benefits to illegals. It also aims to ensure federal funds are not being used to support any sanctuary policies like the ones. Now, I don't have reaction from local officials, whether it's in Philadelphia, Chester County, you're a sanctuary county. You know, we have all of New Jersey as a sanctuary state. But think about Chester County, think about Montgomery County. So think about Philadelphia County. We're all sanctuary, right? That's our status. So what does that mean? No more federal funds for you. And they're stopping all of that and not allowed to support sanctuary policies. Trump saying my administration is going to uphold the rule of law, defend against the waste of hard-earned taxpayer resources, and then protect the benefits for American citizens in need, including individuals with disabilities and, of course, veterans. That's part of what that order states. So I wanted to lead with that, really. 1 month later, 30 days later, and this is President Trump, and he says federal public benefits for American citizens who are truly in need, that's what should be protected, especially for our U.S. veterans. The estimates are staggering, and some of this is, these are labor stats, all the stats that are part of the public record that you can look up. Doge also revealing some of these stats are contributing to this, but they say that the surge in illegal immigration over the past 4 years has cost each of us, the American taxpayers, an estimated, are you ready for this? $451 billion with a B to $451 billion. How does that sound? To care for illegals and the so-called gotaways in the United States here unlawfully since January of 2021. And this is from so you can always look up my stats and double check me. This is U.S. House, their numbers from the Homeland Security Committee, because they have all those briefings, and then that becomes part of the public record. So I always want to give my sourcing so that you can look all of this up. And so they've been calculating all of this. American taxpayers, your money, $182 billion a year to cover the cost of, and this is an estimate, and this is saying this in the executive order, 20 million illegals and their children. And that number includes $66.5 billion in federal expenses, but that's not all. How about an extra $115.6 billion has come from state and local expenses. So this impacts, I'm telling you, this is a local story, obviously, no matter where you are, because it affects every local municipality, and especially those so-called sanctuaries that are funding all of this, right? So I don't have Philadelphia reaction. We've been watching for this as well. So we'll continue to see if will Mayor Sherelle Parker, do you see anything locally, Dan? I haven't seen anything all morning. And I find it curious that although we see in New York and the Democrats who are singing and doing this synchronized dancing and all that, I don't see. Now, we saw Krasner holding up traffic the one day a couple months,
Sanctuary city.
There you go.
Kenny there.
Yeah. And Mayor Jim Kenney, he was the former mayor. He was so happy. He was all singing and running to the burbs, buying the Prosecco. And so that's why I know sometimes you put me down for, supporting Sherelle Parker, our mayor, but I just will tell you, you have to admit she inherited a hot mess. She's not singing about sanctuary status. She's not even talking about it. The only comment from her office was a written statement that I found, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and it said something to the effect of, "We're following the law." Boom. That's it. I don't hear her speaking about it, and I think that's significant in a good way.
And it should be noted that she hasn't been silent. She's been speaking to the public. Just last night, she was speaking about the housing opportunities made easy, looking to announce new initiatives for housing here in the city of Philadelphia. Not related to immigration or anything, but just wanted to note that she is, out there speaking. But yeah, you're right. Nothing. Silence about immigration.
And so the way I read between the lines, think about this, that in Philadelphia, in the, if you want to say the African-American community, although I would submit to you any community in the city of Philadelphia under Mayor Parker, she knows full well that in truth, when you hear these numbers, Philadelphia, and you think about our housing crisis, you think about what we've been through, you think about the businesses that have closed and everything, and you hear about these hundreds of billions of dollars, just the one price tag of $451 billion that has been used, our money that should have been caring for us. Do our schools have HVAC yet? So there's the mayor of Philadelphia. She's talking to a group about solving the housing crisis that's in America today. And this is post-pandemic, all of that. And then when you think about all of these hundreds of billions of dollars at the federal level, I'm not even talking about the local level, although I sprinkled in some local numbers, but state numbers. But this is not popular when people realize what has been going to folks who were here illegally. And then on top of it, the only way that we know about any criminals among them is from Homan or from NYPD. They just came out in the face of, and I think they have a weakened mayor, obviously, with Mayor Adams and everything he's going through. And so remember that when New York was furious that they said, oh no, these criminals are the illegals, they're a small tiny percent. That's not what this is. And so they said, oh really? Remember that? And they gave all those staggering statistics. But our law enforcement, no matter where you live, in the suburbs, in the city, whatever, if you're in Jersey, wherever you are in this region, law enforcement's not allowed to put on any record or report whether or not somebody is here illegally. And that means that they're not looking up these individuals, right? They can't talk to their home country, figure out if they're like a wanted, killer, and there's none of that. So we don't have those numbers.
People's World spoke with some immigrants around the city. If you wanted some reaction, I'll have to read it to you.
Sure.
But they're a group that is more left-leaning, and they write that there's a multinational Africa town in southwest Philadelphia for Liberian Guinean asylum seekers. Northeast section has offered sanctuary to Ukrainian and Afghan refugees, victims of U.S. foreign policy machinations like Cambodians, Laotians, and Vietnamese have long been resettled here.
Right, but they've come here. Here's the thing, Dan, and that's they're sort of conflating these groups.
Yep.
So anybody we bring here, whether they're from Laos, whether they're from Afghanistan, whether they're from Africa, whether they're from South America, in these different regimes that are violent and all of that, and they're here because we're giving them this pathway to citizenship. They wouldn't count in this. The only thing that they're looking at here is people here illegally. But the folks that they're talking about, Dan, are here. They've come to this country through legal pathways seeking asylum, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
But do you see how they speak out about it?
And
they make you think.
Well, the entire article's written that way because People's World, as I said, is a left-leaning publication. They continue by saying that Sherelle Parker, an instinct for slow and centralized deliberation when making political decisions. Her leadership style, however, is under scrutiny from her city workforce, who are anxious to see bold opposition to the immigration and customs enforcement terroristic deportations, is how they write it. Quote, I am disappointed in the administration's initial response, said one library worker who requested to remain anonymous before speaking to People's World. Quote, isn't enough? I don't think so. We could be taking a more protective and proactive approach. This is a human rights issue, and we should be part of the solution.
Well, the Center for Immigration Studies, that's another source that I'm using here as we look at the cost of everything. And so if you look at 1 million people here who are here illegally, in other words, not those that have the pathway to citizenship or visas or court hearings that are scheduled, and that's all legal. That's not what we're talking about here. Then for every 1 million here illegally, the estimate from the Center for Immigration Studies is that it costs us $3 billion with a B, $3 billion a year through welfare programs. And so they say that they point out here that illegals who are granted parole become classified as qualified aliens when it comes to welfare programs. So in other words, there are all these loopholes. And I think that's part of what you're seeing, that this administration is trying to cut out those types of loopholes. That's what I'm inferring from all of this. But the dollar amounts, I don't remember. We used to look this up all the time during the previous administration. But these latest numbers that they're putting out there through all of these different agencies and trying to make it transparent in and of itself, that's all we need for Americans to see the money and say, wait a minute, what about us? I mean, Dan, are Maisie's student loans, are they all paid off yet?
We're trying.
You've been right?
Yeah,
and think about,
we're going.
I mean, for these hundreds of billions of dollars, think about what any of us in our communities, schools that couldn't be built, HVAC, services to the
homeless.
Right? I mean, it's all solved. And this is what the last administration, they prioritized folks here illegally over us, we the people. All right, we have a great guest right around the corner. Your egg prices, what's going on with avian bird flu, the very latest, next.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 267-813-1311. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today by calling 267-813-1311. 267-813-1311.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
You know, in Pennsylvania, you think about my interview with Senator Dave McCormick just a couple weeks ago, less than a couple weeks ago, talking about the fact that he met with Pennsylvania farmers and the crisis. You know, for them, they're very concerned. We have the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, predicting egg prices, which can obviously fluctuate month to month anyway. They predicted them last month would rise 20 to 25% in 2025. And every time I grocery shop, I don't know about you, but they have a limit on whether I can buy a dozen eggs or 2 dozen eggs. And I find myself going from grocery store to grocery store because oftentimes, especially at places like Aldi or, you know, Costco, a wholesale club, they're out of eggs. People stand in line just to get their first in line. So what's going on? We wanted to put all of this in perspective. And of course, because here in Pennsylvania, this is, you know, we're a huge agricultural state, American farmers as well, those in the agricultural business, concerned and really reeling over the spread of H5N1, which is the avian bird flu. And it's not showing signs of, I don't think, slowing down, unfortunately, although we hear a vaccine is on the horizon, I guess, for the birds. Let's welcome in my next guest, who's an expert in this, Penn State Extension poultry educator. This is Dr. Gregory Martin. Thank you so much, Dr. Martin, for joining us this morning just to help educate the public on what's going on here. Good morning.
Good morning.
So can you take me through it? And I think, on one hand, I will say this, that I think for all of us, we're all doing like the, eggs, the protein diet. You have them for breakfast. It's popular, but also it affects our agriculture business, especially here in Pennsylvania. And so I know there's a lot of misinformation. So we just want to kind of parse through that and explain what's going on and then what's being done.
Sure, happy to do so. As some of you may know, that Pennsylvania is one of the top 5 egg-producing states in the country, with Iowa being number 1. And the flu that we have seen this particular year has affected all of the top 5 producing states. And so when you have a major disease that causes massive loss of life, that does cause supply and demand issues that we see. It's very similar to what we saw with it, to be, not to be flippant or anything, but it's the same thing we saw basically during COVID when people were starting to go after toilet paper, and we saw the price of toilet paper go out of sight too. So I think, a hint of caution is probably necessary to allow time to take effect to where we can move eggs around to supply the needs of those that are consuming them.
Yeah, and that's great advice to not try to. Usually in my family, though, we have a big family. We go through a lot of eggs, and so I found
absolutely we eat a dozen or two a week, and I understand that as well. And I'm paying the same price as everybody else does. I don't, even though I'm a poultry educator, I don't get a discount.
No free
so
eggs,
I pay exactly what everybody else does. Yes.
And so what's your advice?
Yeah.
First, okay, so I'll talk about the birds, the hens themselves in just a second. But
sure.
So a couple of things. Number one is I started doing things like, well, if I'm cooking, I'll maybe do some egg whites. I find that the pasteurized egg whites, I can find those. So I've done some alternatives and things of that nature. So, your advice, Dr. Martin, is
Well, you need to be careful with that because the functionality of the egg is such that you may be losing functionality in your recipe. So if the recipe allows for egg whites to be substituting eggs, the whole egg, then maybe you can do that. But egg yolks especially help as an emulsifier, and so we need to think about that those ratios. So a lot of recipes have measured ingredients going into it to have the optimal effect. For example, an angel food cake, exactly correct. That's all egg white. It's not egg yolk. So you can have an angel food cake from scratch, and you'll never have to use a yolk. But there's other recipes, for example, if you're making homemade noodles, which I've done before, it takes an entire egg to make it work. So you just need to be careful and see if substitution is possible with the particular recipe.
Dr. Gregory Martin, so we're finding out your other talents. You're making us all hungry.
Yeah, right?
I love it. We would love to have a cooking show with you and do your homemade noodles, right?
I've made all kinds of things. The one thing I haven't made yet is a souffle, and I do have a ramekin. I just haven't had the time to do it.
I love it. I
got a question
I've memorized Julia Child's shows talking about the making a souffle, but I just haven't had the chance to do it yet.
I got a question that comes from YouTube, from Fishes and Mike. Are we allowed to call you an egg-spert, sir?
Oh my gosh!
Start it all.
I actually do have a button that says "Ask me a question." I'm an egg-spert. But,
that's great.
Yeah, we do have a lot of farmers in our area that are concerned about this. Simply because you're doing your normal job, you have all these birds that you're responsible for, and all of a sudden they all become sick and they all start dying, and then everything comes to a complete halt for a month to a month and a half. And depending on the type of farm you have, the amount of time you're out of work could vary. With meat type chickens, for example, is fairly short turnaround, but for an egg-laying facility, it takes 16 weeks for a chicken to be ready to go to lay eggs. And so we're very, very sensitive to this, and this is one of the reasons why we in Extension have been pushing out the idea of biosecurity. And most of our commercial folks are doing a great job of being biosecure.
So what does that mean, biosecurity?
Biosecurity is just similar to what you would see in a hospital situation. When you go into an operating room, for example, you gown up. You put things on to help protect the patient from anything that you may have on your clothing. Mm-hmm. And we do the same thing in chicken houses, where we actually, as we come in, we change out of our street clothes and we put on clothing that is only worn inside the houses, so that we're not bringing anything from the outside to the inside of the house.
That's what
and then we wash in. We just like a surgeon that scrubs in. We wash our hands. We wash our rubber boots going into the houses, so that we just don't spread anything from the outside to the inside of the house. So that break, it's a logical break in the pathway of people coming in to work with the birds, simply because with the way we sit in the country, we sit in a major flyway for wild birds to fly over us. And so there's two major migrations, spring and fall. And so we have wild birds that are flying over. And unfortunately, these wild birds have become very, very ill with this virus. And they fly at night. And so we don't know what we're stepping in sometimes when we're walking up to those barns. And so we have to take extra precautions to make sure that there's nothing we're tracking into these chicken houses. So we've done fairly well with that.
So with the biosecurity measures, so when and last night I was out and about running errands, and speaking of, there was a flock of geese flying, and I thought, oh, those are darn geese, and they got the avian bird flu. But is it mostly geese, or what migratory birds other than geese are we talking about?
Well, geese and ducks, waterfowl. Most of the time we see it in waterfowl more than anything else, simply because they cluster together. You see flocks of them together. It's not just like a lone eagle or a lone hawk or so. But we also see them in secondary birds such as raptors, which are hawks and vultures and others that prey on, the sick and the weak. Usually they go after them and or scavenge them, and those birds in turn become sick as well because they're eating infected birds.
Do any of them here's my question about it, just thinking about it. Do any of the migratory birds seem to have a better chance of surviving? And I'd say the same for the hens. I mean, has anybody taken some of the hens and quarantined them and said, do we have some that, the opposite, I guess? No, okay.
No. It's been my experience that once these birds become ill, it progresses rather rapidly. We've seen in some cases where the birds look perfectly healthy, and 2 hours later we had, 30% death loss because of how quickly the virus moves. It's very similar to what we see when someone gets pneumonia. It's an upper respiratory disease, and so it overtakes the bird. They become heavily fevered and heavily congested, and it just causes them to shut down. And so, if we didn't do anything, for example, and say, well, just let nature take its course and see if somebody survives, that would be kind of tough to watch because it's a very, very severe disease.
So it feels cruel, in other words.
Well, if you're counting on your flock to survive, and you had 10,000 birds and 4,000 of them die here, there, and everywhere, it would take quite a while just to move those birds out. So
what about
typically what we do is that we work with the Department of Agriculture and the USDA to, first of all, diagnose the birds to see if they have avian influenza versus any other type of respiratory disease. And then if it's confirmed, then we go ahead and euthanize those birds, taking down the few to protect the many.
So what about?
For example, I'm sitting in Lancaster County alone here, and we have over 16 million birds that are laying hens.
16
million. So that's
million?
more than the people here. 16 million.
Wow.
So we're not only feeding those of us in Pennsylvania, but we're feeding New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, name a state on the eastern seaboard, and I can tell you that we have truckloads of eggs moving from Pennsylvania into those states. Even Miami, Florida. I was surprised.
And you're telling me that with all these friends, all these chickens, you can't get a free, dozen for you and your I got a question though. I walk my dog often, and there's a field, and oftentimes I see remains of goose there, and I'm concerned because I hear you and Dawn talking about the transmission by Canadian geese and other migratory birds.
Yeah.
So, as a human, or if my dog is walking there, should I be concerned for myself or my dog? Could this transmit to human dogs? Where does it stand with that?
It depends on how fresh the dead is, but yes, I would be concerned. I would not allow my dog to be free running around when there's waterfowl in the area. I would not be visiting parks right now where there's a pond full of ducks there. I wouldn't be feeding bread to ducks at the ponds. Have you ever seen bread in the wild?
Nope.
No. So why would we want to feed ducks bread? Because it's not a normal thing for their diet.
I don't mean to be graphic, but how about feces, sir?
Yeah, but then you're standing in droppings, and then now you're carrying it around.
That's nasty. It's
So
on your
I would
shoes.
try to avoid parks at this time where there's waterfowl. If you see a dead animal out in the field, you can call the Game Commission. They do have a phone number that I can send to you guys that you can post on your website. But those things need to be known, and that way we can monitor that as well.
And so what about this? Because I have read, Doctor, that they do have a bird flu vaccine that's we're hearing it's not commercial, but it's out there. It's being researched.
Yes, currently researched, yes. And we're moving forward with that. The research continues on, and we're negotiating how are we going to deploy that. It's very similar to what we saw with the COVID vaccine. It took a while for it to be developed, and then we had to figure out a plan to disperse this vaccine. This virus tends to affect older poultry more than it does younger poultry, and so it could very well end up where we will be vaccinating older flocks like breeder birds that live for 2 or 3 years, and see if we can protect those birds from the flu.
And so as far as...
But that all is still in preliminary stages, and there's no active vaccinations going on right now.
And another question I have, because we're monitoring our YouTube chat, if you have a question, but also I'm getting some different messages here. And one is, what about, because some people have said, well, I'm going to have my own little chicken coop in my backyard and I'll protect it. Do you see that happening where people are trying to get chicks, have their own hens? Is that something that's...
Yeah, we did. We saw an uptick in the growth of backyard flocks during COVID, where people wanted to stay kind of compartmentalized and have their own food sources. And certainly, it is a consideration, but you have to make sure that it's allowable in your particular area where you live, because there are some townships that prohibit, or cities that prohibit keeping poultry. So you need to check into that. The other thing is that these backyard flocks also get sick. We had 6 backyard flocks come down sick with this disease this season, and so it affects both large flocks as well as small flocks.
And what about, I know Dan mentioned, the dog or even humans, which is rare, but what about other mammals? The thing about, cattle, pigs, other farm animals.
Is there a concern?
That
this
seems more likely.
Serious?
And are you worried about that as far as undercooked meat?
No. First of all, our products that we find in the supermarkets, our meat, milk, and eggs, are safe to eat simply because they're tested before they are processed. The other thing is that cooking does help kill anything, bacteria and viruses on our foods. And so I strongly suggest that you follow USDA guidances for temperatures in cooking meat and eggs. Eggs should be cooked to while they're, the whites are firm and the yolks are heated. And it is not a foodborne illness if the food is properly handled. So our milk, for example, is pasteurized. It's gone through a heat process to where it has killed anything that was there. And they're also testing all the milk in Pennsylvania at the plants so that if anything does show up, which it hasn't, we haven't seen anything at all at the plants.
Thank God.
They would be the first to know, and they would be able to stop anything from going into the milk supply.
Dr. Gregory Martin.
There are things in place that we don't know. Most of the average consumers don't know, but there are rules and laws for food safety and handling of food, so that it keeps our food supply the safest in the world.
Dr. Gregory Martin, is there anything else you want to share with us about? I mean, there's so much
Well, can I ask him one question from YouTube?
Let me just finish, though.
Yeah.
If information and disinformation. And so is there anything else that you wish to, that you've heard recently? I had seen a doctor report that the theory was that this has gone airborne, for example. Is there something that you want to put out there that maybe is more recent that you just want to dispel or educate people about?
Well, there was another question I heard in the background. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, there was just one from YouTube, sir, that asked whether or not they need to be concerned about raw yolk. Raw yolk.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of eating any kind of raw food products. So yolks should not be consumed raw.
How about runny?
There's avidin in there that ties up biotin in your system, and so you should be partially cooking those yolks. When we're making ice cream, for example, there are recipes where you temper the eggs first, cooking them slightly to render them safe so that you're not going to get sick from ice creams or cookie dough. People eat cookie dough. I wouldn't recommend any type of raw product that's supposed to be cooked. So cook your steaks, cook your chicken, cook your eggs, so forth. But as far as if something to say that the main thing is that only 2% of our workforce is active in agriculture, and about half of that is involved in animal ag. And so the exposure of avian flu to the general public is really quite rare. Those that do work on farms have to take extra precautions to make sure that they protect themselves. Many of us are taking annual flu shots just to protect ourselves from people flu. And yes, you can have transmission through droplets, but usually you have to be in close contact with the individual, to get the transmission. So it's very similar to what I call the sneeze factor. If you're within area of a sneeze, there could be droplets sent from one individual to another. But I've worked in the field on this, and I've been, directly exposed to all this, and no ill effects. So it is, because I practice good biosecurity. So I wash in and I wash out, and we take our precautions.
Yes.
So meat, milk, and eggs is good to eat. Make sure you cook it properly. And if you have questions, you can always go to our extension website, extension.psu.edu, and search for information there. We have a wide variety of subjects. We have extension offices in all 67 counties within the Commonwealth. And if we can't, if we don't know the answer, we can find the answer for you.
Yeah, my son Michael's actually in Abington, but you're in Lancaster, is that right?
Yeah, I'm headquartered in Lancaster, yes.
So, listen, Dr. Gregory Martin, Penn State University, thank you so much for joining us. You've been gracious with your time. Really hope you come back. Thank you, and maybe we'll do a cooking show. Make those noodles.
Yeah, maybe we can do a cooking show. That'd be great. I'm a closet foodie. I love to cook, and be happy to talk a little bit about functionality of poultry and eggs.
Wonderful.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Not a
Thank
problem.
you. Dr. Gregory Martin, fabulous. That extension.psu.edu, and you can even do /avian, if you want. But I will tell, I know that you're asking a lot of questions. Cookie dough, they always recommend with cookie dough that if it has raw eggs in it, don't eat it raw. I still
But
do
it's
it.
so good.
I know. I still do it. Because the theory is that if the eggs are pasteurized,
Yeah.
right, but you're supposed to heat them up.
Do you really want to be patient
Technically.
zero for avian flu, though?
No, I have a friend, Jackie. Her
Uh-oh.
dad died of avian bird flu
Really?
like more than 20 years ago.
Wow.
So it has
Oh,
been
man.
around. It's just that whatever's going on with the migratory birds and, I don't know, perfect storm type situation, you know what I mean? But it has been around a long time. So maybe
I do remember being in and out of the news. so,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's the fear, I think, is that, you know, because we have seen it jump to humans who are handling, like, don't sleep with your chicken, people, but you know, people who are in close contact with the birds. So we don't want it to start evolving. We don't want that. I know that sounded weird. Okay, that sounded bad. Ay, ay, ay. And I got to make the tough transition after saying
Go
that.
to youtube.com/@12 to WPHT and look in Dawn's face as she says that and realize
Wait a minute. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, got to talk about them. You know, I love the work they've done in my home to make my home more beautiful and energy efficient. So, you know, by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I would only trust the Chapman family team. But, you know, they also do roofing. So if you need a new roof, you want to replace that old one, call my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Yes, they've got you covered. Rave reviews for them, hundreds of reviews. If you look online, you're going to see all of that. Online reviews with satisfied customers going back more than 30 years. But I can give you my own personal review because for me, you know, I need a person. I need somebody I know to say, hey, I recommend so-and-so. So that's why I'm always sharing with you. You know, these are, when I talk about Chapman, for example, I've known them for now nearly a decade. And so they're fantastic, highly rated in the community. And what I noticed about the work crews when the guys came out and they're doing the work, they have a camaraderie, a professionalism. They are craftsmen. And that's important to me. This is not a situation. Some of these companies, they're from out of town. They bring in people and, you know, it's a second party, a third party. I'm not good with that. I want somebody who's local and they have local employees who are longtime employees who are well-trained, highly trained. And that's one of the many reasons that I've chosen Chapman. So here's the thing. They also have financing available, which you can leverage to make sure that your new roof or other remodeling projects become a reality. So whether you or somebody you know, you're looking for maybe a new roof, windows, doors, siding, shutters, all those hardware choices, which are so lovely, call them, text them, 610-431-8898. You can visit online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137. And I will personally answer the call. You can also visit EasyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. February, American Heart Month. A great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating heart-friendly foods, and your dental health. Plaque can lead to bacteria growth. Not good for your heart, but it's a great time to schedule an appointment with board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. Like heart disease, dental challenges can strike at any age. Concerns about your oral health? Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I was actually talking with one of my best friends about this a couple of days ago.
Can I be your
Please.
best friend too?
Yes.
Okay. I think we all want to be your best friend, right? Okay.
J.D. Vance,
So
CPAC.
I was talking with him, and he was asking me. He was like, well, I don't understand. Why was Biden unable to do this? And then, like, the minute that Donald Trump won, we started to make progress in bringing the hostages home. And I said, man, it's just a question of leadership. You actually need a president who is willing to pick up the phone and say, you got to bring these people home. No. We're not focused on that crap right now. We're focused on bringing hostages home. And then when the negotiations hit a wall, because they always do, you need a president who picks up the phone and says, cut this crap out. We've got to make progress, and you've got to keep that pace going. It's leadership. It really is. And I saw it behind the scenes. And what the president did is he empowered, in particular, because this was before we were inaugurated. This is before we had our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, or any of the great people around us. The president sent his dear friend, and he's become my dear friend, Steve Witkoff, as an emissary of the President of the United States. And he said, Steve, you speak for me, get it done, and if there are problems, pick up the phone and call me. Steve Witkoff, with the president's leadership, got it done, and it's amazing. And of course, we still got work to do. We've got to finish the process, but I really believe the president is as committed to this as any American leader in my lifetime. We're going to keep on fighting for it.
So there's your vice president. Look who's up right now. Can you take him? We got to do. I'm such a Zioli fangirl, but Zioli, he got a haircut too. So Zioli is like, yesterday he was at the White House. Here he is.
Had it, and they're saying now, stop the
Live on
race,
Fox
give
News.
us our money back. That's what I'm hearing.
The casinos were in Las Vegas. There's some sort of trip plan there that was used for COVID dollars. So.
Yeah.
Why don't we cue up this first soundbite, right? So this is Air Force One last night. This is the talk about the dividend payments to the American
So we just took this
taxpayer.
live.
Watch this here.
Here's Trump. Air Force One.
Based on what DOJ is finding. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I love it. A 20% dividend, so to speak, for the money that we're saving by going after the waste and fraud and abuse.
How much money do you think?
Could be a lot. I mean, if it's 20%, we'd give back a lot of money to the taxpayer. And also it would give an incentive for the taxpayer to go out and report things to us where we can save money.
Now look, I think we're a long way away from this. All right. We got a ways to go. Art Laffer was on our show 2 days ago. He says, you want to give people tax relief, cut the rates.
Well,
and right now, that's not really part of the discussion.
Well, it's part of Congress's discussion.
Where are these other people talking? I need to be there to say, shut it.
Renewing
Let
the
Zioli and
Tax Cuts and
Dana
Jobs
speak.
Act of 2017, but Congress will establish what the rates are. And the president has already expressed his support for them. When it comes to giving $5,000, something
come
like
back
that
when
to the
it's
public,
Zioli, or I have
there's
Zioli
some
from
debate
earlier if you want
over
it.
whether or not it
Okay,
would be
let's hear what did Rich
Maybe
say.
Yeah, here's what Rich said initially. So this is Rich Zeoli joining Dana Perino and Fox, and they cut away from J.D. Vance for Rich Zeoli.
Some headlines already there at CPAC, Dana, and watching him go.
And watching with us was radio host Rich Zeoli and National Review senior writer Noah Rothman. And Rich, you have a radio show.
I do.
On a Fox affiliate. So you take a lot of calls.
Yes.
And it's been a month of President Trump being in office and all of those things that
Dana
Bill
loves
just mentioned. Inflation, immigration.
I
didn't hear anything about crime, but those two issues in particular are the ones that you were getting calls about before the election. What about now?
Well, everybody loves Doge. They really do. They love the cost cutting. They love the cost savings. And the newest thing now where the president's saying, we may give you 20% of your money back. I mean, it's our money, right? So give us our money back. People love this idea in Philly and Jersey and across the country, that idea of saying, let's get it back. I think the reassurance to people that, look, Social Security and Medicare is not going to be touched, except if there's fraud. That's what people want to hear around the country right now, to reassure them. But they love the idea that finally we're going after all of this waste. I mean, Bill talked about this earlier, casinos getting money. I mean, the House always wins. Enough is enough, and people have had it, and they're saying now, stop the waste, give us our money back. That's what I'm hearing.
The casinos were in Las
Amen.
Vegas. There's some sort of trip plan there that was used for COVID dollars. So.
Yeah.
Why don't we queue up?
All right, so that was Zeoli. I was texting back and forth with him because he said, I'm coming on at 10:30. And I was like, Dan, Zeoli's coming. He's coming here? And then, so I'm texting. So anyway, no, it's Fox.
Yeah.
Who's on first? He was in New York. I guess he was in D.C. at the White House. Then he was in New York doing some Jimmy Fallon stuff. And now he's back on set with them.
Me look bad.
What's that?
Going all over the place.
Come
on, yeah.
It's like, where in the world is Rich Zeoli?
Right.
But in case Mama Zeoli, she might be listening to us. She might be watching Fox. Just want you to know, Richie, your hair looks good, honey. Be careful. Don't fly in the airport. This airplane's not safe. Yeah. But so
I think they're blowing it out.
So
oh, be careful, baby.
I was looking at all the different CPAC speakers. So Alina Habba, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, some of my faves, and then obviously the headliner, though, today I think one of the biggies is J.D. Vance this morning. Doug Burgum.
Still talking if you wanted to.
J.D. still all right.
And J.D. Vance.
And thank you.
This past election. So,
looks like
what is your message?
Oh,
what is your message to the young men?
I guess my message to young people generally is we're trying to make your life better. And that is the simple thrust of President Trump's policy is we want you to be able to buy a home. We want you to be able to work a good job. We want you to be able to raise your kids, like I said, according to the values that you believe in. And we want you to be able to build a nice life in this country that all of us love. That is what we're trying to do.
Pretty simple.
And,
Thank you, Vice President J.D. Vance. When it comes to your home, trust is everything, right? For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care, from the custom cabinets they build to the countertops, the backsplashes, to those all-important storage solutions. They get the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name that your neighbors have been really relying on, if I can say this. They've been relying on Kitchen Magic for decades now. Kitchen Magic. Just get your free in-home consultation. Do this. KitchenMagic.com and set this up now. Let's cook up something extraordinary. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
This President's Day, skip the chain stores and discover something amazing at Bucks County Estate Traders. With everything in the store 20 to 50% off, you can furnish your entire home in just one stop and save big. Explore 58,000 square feet of stunning furniture, antiques, art, and more. Every piece has a QR code for instant details, and our expert staff is here to help. Don't miss these unbeatable deals. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by our Hatfield showroom today. Certain exclusions apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. February, American Heart Month. A great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating heart-friendly foods, and your dental health. Plaque can lead to bacteria growth. Not good for your heart, but it's a great time to schedule an appointment with board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. Like heart disease, dental challenges can strike at any age. Concerns about your oral health? Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So much developing and so much breaking. We are keeping our eye on what's going on at CPAC, of course, with a lot of notable GOP members, a lot of notable Republicans speaking at that, and policymakers. So we're watching that. We're watching everything that's happening with regard to the talks that are happening between Russia, Ukraine, the EU responding, then the Middle East. And I've been updating you this morning, since 6 o'clock this morning, on what's happening with Hamas hostages, Israel, and then telling you about, of course, DOGE and the latest executive orders. I want to bring it home when we think, yesterday I talked about the legislation that State Senator Doug Mastriano looks like he's really exploring a Pennsylvania version of DOGE. Talked about that. I want to bring in my next guest, and this is Senator Kristen Phillips Hill here in Pennsylvania, who's talking about, fraud, fighting waste, abuse of government funds, and in fact, reintroducing some important legislation. This is the Commonwealth Fraud Prevention Act for taxpayer accountability. So I want to welcome in Senator Kristen Phillips Hill. Thank you so much for being here today, Senator.
Thank you, Dawn. It's great to be able to join you and your listeners today to talk about an issue that really shouldn't be partisan. It's just plain old common sense. And we're talking about protecting taxpayer dollars and making sure our government is accountable.
Yeah, and so what does this involve, and why do you have to reintroduce it?
Yeah, so a few years ago, then Attorney General Josh Shapiro, he stood with legislators, myself included, on a package of bills to fight fraud. And he said that we could be losing up to $3 billion a year to fraud and improper payments in Medicaid alone. So back then, we introduced a bill similar to the one that we're talking about today, but it didn't get across the finish line. And it's time that we change that. So we think that if it was a good idea in 2020, it's an even better idea in 2025.
And so a piece of this is, as far as the fraud goes and with Medicaid, is with encouraging or enabling or empowering, maybe is the best word, for whistleblowers?
Yeah. So, why does this bill matter? It matters because fraud is costing Pennsylvanians billions of dollars. Right now, I'm in Harrisburg. We're working on our state budget. We have a deficit that we've got to figure out how to fill. Now, the federal government estimates that up to 10% of all Medicaid spending is lost to fraud and improper payments. That's where that number that the then Attorney General spoke to, that means out of Pennsylvania's $31 billion Medicaid budget, we could be losing $3 billion annually to fraud. Listen, that's money that should be going towards schools, roads, healthcare, tax relief, But instead, it's being siphoned away by fraudsters. So the Commonwealth Fraud Protection Act, it's going to allow us to recover those funds, and it's going to allow us to hold the bad actors accountable. And here's a really interesting thing to note. It'll bring Pennsylvania in line with other states, right? 31 other states already have a state-level False Claims Act. So last year, the federal False Claims Act recovered $2.9 billion, and Pennsylvania was limited in what we could recover because we don't have our own state law. So states that do have their own laws, they get to recover millions more in settlements. So when Universal Health Services was caught defrauding Medicaid, Pennsylvania got back $900,000. But California and New York each got over $1 million. Why? Because they had their own laws in place. And so an important component, as you noted, is protecting whistleblowers and taxpayers. So the bill will make it easier for whistleblowers, those people inside companies or government agencies, giving them the ability to report fraud without fear of retaliation. So I don't know if you remember this, but we had an Insight Global scandal. Do you remember back to COVID-19?
Sure.
The Department of Health said, hey, we're going to hire this company, and we're going to have them do contact tracing. Now, I will tell you, I represent a very conservative district, and most of the people that were contact traced in my district said, no, thank you, we're not responding. But for the 72,000 Pennsylvanians who did respond, this company mishandled the personal medical data during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, it was litigated. The company paid $2.7 million in a settlement, but Pennsylvania didn't get back nearly as much as we could have under a state False Claims Act. Right? This is money that we're going to use to make victims whole. So this bill ensures that when that fraud happens, Pennsylvania can investigate it, they can prosecute it, and they can recover those funds that ultimately truly belong to the hardworking taxpayers of this Commonwealth.
And so, that's one. How does this look as far as the forecast? Do you think this will go through?
Well, look,
this time?
I think fraud doesn't care about partisan affiliation, right?
That's
fraud,
right.
It's not a Republican or a Democratic issue. It's just wrong. And when Pennsylvania taxpayers are losing billions, not hundreds, not millions, but billions of dollars to fraud, I think we should be able to come to some sort of an agreement that we need to do something about it. And as I said, back in 2020, when Governor Shapiro was Attorney General, he stood next to me and Representative Seth Grove and several other legislators and said, hey, I want to help you push for a package of fraud prevention bills, including a state False Claims Act. Again, noted that at that time, $3 billion a year was lost to fraud in just one program. Now, unfortunately, the bill didn't pass, but, Governor Shapiro was supportive of this measure then. I think he should be supportive of this measure now because Pennsylvania is still losing billions of dollars to fraud. And I think it's time that we do something about that. So we're calling on him to support this again, just like he did in 2020, so we can all finally work together to put a stop to fraud and waste in our state government.
One of the ways that Governor Shapiro has proposed of, bringing in new revenue is through recreational marijuana. And I know these, budget meetings and hearings are underway this week. How do you see that as far as legalizing recreational marijuana? The governor thinks it's $1.2 billion that it would rake in, I believe, and we have federal funds being cut. And so do you see that as a viable alternative?
I think that it is not reasonable, nor do I think it's realistic. So right now, we don't have a recreational marijuana program in place. So how does that happen? Well, we'd have to pass a bill and set up a program and do all this kind of stuff. There is no way that this Commonwealth is going to be able to get something up and running in 1 year to be able to fund the massive growth in spending that this governor envisions. He wants a 7.5% increase in spending. Now, here's what's even more concerning, is that not only does he book revenue from a program that doesn't even exist, he's actually doubled the projected revenue anticipated from such a program from last year's budget to this year's budget. Look, we need reasonable and realistic budgeting. We need to protect the hardworking taxpayers that fund our budget. I can tell you, I sat and listened to his over 90-minute budget address. And as I sat there, all I could think about were the hardworking people back home in my district in southern New York County. What were they doing? You know what they were doing? They're sitting around their kitchen tables. They're trying to figure out what they can cut, how they can make ends meet. They're making plans for how they're going to address their budgeting. And those kinds of difficult decisions need to be made here in Harrisburg because, again, we do not have a printing press to just print unlimited dollars like our counterparts in Washington, D.C. The people back home in my district, and I would venture to guess right there in Philadelphia, they have to live within their means. So should our state government.
And so with this, I mean, Shapiro's, what is it, $51.4 billion? It's a huge budget, the biggest we've ever seen or heard of before. Let me ask you something. Does it change the culture of things when all over the news you have, Elon Musk, Doge, everybody's looking and kind of gawking at all the numbers that they're producing, saying this many, billions or trillions of dollars of waste? Does that have a trickle-down effect?
Oh, listen, absolutely. And I will tell you that what we're doing on the Commonwealth Fraud Prevention Act is really part of a broader effort to make our government more responsive, right? We're seeing those bits and pieces of information coming down to us from the federal government, right? People who are listed on Social Security who are as old as our nation. Come on. So I also have legislation that would create a Department of Government Efficiency at the state level. And what I've envisioned is a 5-year program with the goal of finding ways to make government more efficient, more effective, and reflective of the hardworking taxpayers who are paying our bills. The scariest phrase in Harrisburg is, well, we've always done it that way. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine if the Eagles never changed their game plan from their 2022 Super Bowl loss to this year?
Been there,
they
done
would not
that.
have won the Super Bowl,
Yes,
right? But what did they do? They said, let's go. They adapted. They made changes to their roster. They put in a ton of hard work to bring that Lombardi trophy back to Pennsylvania. Why can't government adapt and reform? And to your listeners, we are absolutely having to compete as a state. We are competing. We are competing for our taxpayers. We are competing against other states. We are competing against other nations. Our state's GDP surpasses most countries. So we need to look at things that may have made sense a century ago, that today they no longer have a purpose that serves the public. Fun fact, Pennsylvania has over 153,000 regulations on our books. And I'm sure that a few of them can go. I have this, I call it my shopping rule. If I buy a new shirt, I've got to get rid of 2 shirts from my closet.
Man,
now, it better be a really good shirt to replace those 2 others. But let's look at regulations the same way. This would make sure that for every one regulation added, 2 need to go. And people say, oh, well, that's only what the president's doing. We have seen liberal governments in states try this approach. And guess what? It works. We've seen conservative government entities. They've tried this approach, and it works. It's not right versus left. It's not us versus them. It's going to take all of us to clean it up. And you and I both know spring is right around the corner, and this could be the Harrisburg spring cleaning that we all really, really need. The focus on all levels of government to right size, to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, to find efficiencies. These are things that we must do. And I will say, if you're interested, check us out on X at Penn Doge.
I love it. Penn Doge. We like the ring of it. Senator Kristen Phillips Hill, just asking you, though, as far as Doge at the administrative level within the Trump administration, it's the executive branch. Yours is different because it would be the legislative branch. Is that correct? That it would not be the governor's office?
It would be an independent entity that would really go through and look at everything. And in order to get rid of things, you need the actions of the executive and the actions of the General Assembly. And, I was in Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago to witness the signing of the executive order to get men out of women's sports. And I had an interesting conversation with some women who are members of Congress. And we both said, executive orders are great, but you need to permanently codify these changes because presidents aren't presidents forever, governors aren't governors forever, legislators aren't legislators forever. But I'll tell you what, the people of this Commonwealth and this country, they need to permanently have these reforms put into the law books.
Well, we thank you so much. Hope you come back, State Senator Kristen Phillips-Hill. I know it's a very busy week for you. Really appreciate your energy and everything you're doing.
Oh, it's a pleasure, and thanks. I'll look forward to coming back and talking with you soon.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you. So I like the sound of that Penn Doge, Pennsylvania Doge.
I love the Eagles analogy.
I know. She's fantastic.
Yeah,
they love her.
That was great.
And they don't need Elon Musk. I don't know. I should have asked her, like, Elon coming by, then they won't be able to get rid of him. He'll be, like, in the guest house, So 855-839-1210.
Walking up to her, telling her how she likes to go potty. And
Yeah, they don't. But think about it. They're doing it a little differently. Do you think that that's the way to go moving forward? So in other words, what they're doing is here in Pennsylvania is saying this is a separate entity that would be created no matter who is in the executive branch, meaning here in Pennsylvania, the governor's office. So do you like that as far as moving forward? Is that something that the Trump administration, are they going to make this so that it's that independent? Right now, it feels like it's headed by Trump and Elon, although they keep saying, no, that's not what this is. It is its own entity. But moving forward, I believe that's where they're going. 855-839-1210, the number to call.
They're doing the confirmation vote for Kash Patel right now. We should have results here soon.
Yeah, so Kash. That's such a great name, too, isn't it? And he's going to kick Kash, among other things. So we should have that momentarily. The cabinet's humming along there. And we will take a quick break. Be right back.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof, it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof was credited to my account, and I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you want experts you can trust working on your car, United Tire and Service is the place for you. They always take the time to get to know you and your car, and United Tire has made February the best month to save on tires. The birds won it all, so you can save big now. Through February 28th, you save the total points of the game off a set of 4 tires. What a great way to celebrate. Schedule at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So we'll post that. It's what is it? Pen Doge. You got to follow that. Pen Doge. I like PA Doge better. And then you know what? I was trying to be all cool, so I was like trying to give myself. I know my kids are like, "Mom, don't even say that because that just shows you're not cool." And so I did like, because I'm trying to fix my social media, so I did like the Instagram and I did like Dawn Doge. And they're like, don't you dare. That is horrible. That is not cool, Mom. So anyway, I was just trying, I don't know. There's no hope for me, Dan.
Did you decide on anything for
No, I got to admit, if you have some suggestions, I'm
assuming
them.
add Dawn.
I don't know. Here's the problem. Everybody has always tried to help me for years, even from my Fox days. And so I have I don't even know. I have social media accounts that I don't even, they're, my maiden name, my married name, the hyphenated name, even though legally my name is not hyphenated. You know what I mean? It's just through the roof.
Yeah, I work with you every day.
I know. I have so many, so even on Twitter, on X, my main one is, I think, Dawn Stensland, but then there's another Dawn Menti one that I don't even use. It's just laying around. So I need to be like our.
Am I tagging the right one when I do our social?
I think so. Yes, the one with, but she's, our state senator, wasn't she good? She was fantastic. I love her energy. She's like, well, I have a Doge, but she's Kristen Phillips Hill. So I love her philosophy, and I need to maybe throw out some of my old social media, streamline it. Because you can tell there's no way she's a hoarder, right? She does not have an attic full of stuff and then a garage full of stuff like we do. We have a 3-car garage, but one whole stall, poor Larry, he doesn't even park in the garage because it's so much junk. I don't know if that's you. We can talk about hoarders someday.
Well, why don't you clean out a spot for Larry?
What? Because I'm not going to do it by myself. You know why? Because
he's not going to do it.
Because he's the head hoarder. That's why. Because we have
so
when
he creates a problem and won't fix it.
When you have the cars for the kids, you and Maisie will know this. So they're pretty big. There's a Jeep for kids, and they go pretty fast. The fire engine.
What are they called? Do you
know what I'm saying?
The electric.
They're electric battery powered, but they're pretty big. So we have 3 of those. So I'm let's give it away. Let's give it away. Even Greg Stocker, let's give one.
Power Wheels.
Yeah, those. But these are huge. These are
You're talking bigger than Power Wheels?
Oh yeah, they're bigger. They're a little bigger than what you're looking at. They're pretty good size.
Okay.
So I'm well, Greg's got Dylan. He's 4. He would probably we have all kinds of people in our lives. Why don't we get?
Well, my 6'8" self fit in one.
No.
Oh, okay.
But who's a Dana Perino would fit because she's so petite. She would she's so petite.
Yeah.
But seriously, Larry's no, because Michael and David someday they're gonna want those for their kids. I'm they are not. No. By then they'll be. Come on, we're not gonna store these.
No.
No, give them now. Just
got on Larry's side here. I mean, you think the old, very nice, rusty tractors that kids would ride with the pedals that would be passed down from generation to generation. I think that might be the new, rusty tractor passed from a generation to another.
And Stacia, she has, if you're listening, Stacia, she had, this is free. So they have 3 kids who would love these. But she's no, we'll just come over and ride them at your house.
You can store them. Yeah,
you can store them. Want them.
You can reserve the space.
Filling up my space. I know. It's the hoarder's dilemma. I used to be somebody that purged, all the stuff, but then I'm married to a hoarder, so there it is.
Yeah.
Literally, when we go to Italy.
Is it everything he's hoarding?
Oh, everything. He saves everything. Everything he saves.
It's not a specific. He's not a collector. He's a hoarder.
Oh no, he has collections too. Just pick a thing. Baseballs, signed baseballs, sports memorabilia. Picture a thing. So here's what I do when we go to Italy, and we're on our group chat, our Amalfi group. But when we go to Italy, so I tell Stacia, I'm Stacia, you're the executor. You know what I mean? So I have.
Well, that's dark.
I have a bottle of. I know. So if the plane crashes. I have a bottle of champagne in this one area where I keep everything. I'm Stacia, I might get a second one, you and your best friend Ashley, because you're going to have to go through all this stuff. So I have some champagne.
It's so dark, though.
I know it is. It's a sin. But I'm like, poor Stace. She's got to go through all
What's
of
that
this.
in the corner, Dawn? Oh, that's my death champagne from the executor of my will to drink when I'm dead.
I know. It's terrible. But, you got to leave a little gift. They'll be like drinking
Your
the
death
champagne.
champagne.
The death Doge champagne.
The death Moscato in the corner.
Well, it'll make them laugh. You got to laugh when you cry, right? I'm off the rails today. I know, Dan. It's a sin.
Linda McMahon going to a final Senate vote, Dawn, 12-11, and interesting.
Yes.
Along party lines.
Well, even Fetterman now, when it gets serious, so when they know it does not matter, my take on this, if Fetterman likes a Republican, but it's, not a big deal, then he'll vote. But now it's getting serious because they're all getting nasty with these cuts and everything. So you notice even Fetterman he's now straight D. He's voting with the Ds. Pretty soon he'll be in the synchronized dancing line with the others.
Well,
I mean, we did air that earlier it was pretty hysterical.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of so there's Hamas news, there's Trump news, there's Doge news. We'll get into all of this because I'll do like a really quick fast fire thing talking about our little buddy Zelensky because he's due to meet Trump's Ukraine envoy Keith Kellogg today. Remember that there's this little bit of a rift that we talked about earlier. So I try to space it out because I know we talked a lot about it. We'll take a break. On the other side, I'll update you on all of that and why, since I'm part Norwegian, the Norwegians are instrumental in this. So we'll bring in the Vikings.
Part Norwegian?
Stensland. You fjunt.
What do you mean? You say that like I.
Even though
sure,
fjunt might be Swedish because my grandma. So, but yeah, I thought you knew.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
There's a Stensland. I really don't know a lot of it, but I know Stensland is Norwegian, so that's why I identify. That's Dad, my dad.
Are you a Viking?
That's my claim.
Oh.
Doge Viking.
Yeah.
Should I try that one as a social media name? And my kids will disown me. Dawn the Viking. You like that? No.
Sure. Yeah. yeah.
Well,
let's go with that one, Dawn.
I need to do my Instagram, so if you guys have a better name, and Dawn is like taken, just in general, in every language.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
Madrigala. I tried it in Portuguese. I tried Dawn in like every language. It's taken.
I mean, it's like the sun rising too.
See,
so.
well, that's yeah. So there's that.
Chris says Dawn is not a Viking! Exclamation point. He's like angry about it. Apparently,
I'm a dolphin. That's a private joke. Because we have these different.
Wait, you can't just.
Okay. Ken Chase, when we go on conservative tours, we have different groups. So for some reason he should do like Eagles, Phillies. That would be appropriate. But he does like Dolphins and whatever. He does different things. So then everybody's saying, we want to be with the Dolphins. Like everybody who went last time. So there it is. So we're Dolphins.
Okay. So you're not a Viking, you're a Dolphin.
So I'm a Viking Dolphin.
Okay.
Oh, man. You see this? I hope Anne-Marie's listening, so at least Anne-Marie can get a laugh out of it.
Tell us about the cars, Dawn. The cars, please.
Yes, not a Dolphin. I'll be riding a Piazza Premium Automobile. I will not be riding a Dolphin or a whale. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest in luxury vehicles, and these are gorgeous, some of the most beautiful vehicles on the roadways. We're talking about top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. And these models, with their sleek new designs, innovative features, powered by the latest in technology, of course, and they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles that are available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles, they truly do stand out. Visit them, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather is sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Go to kitchenmagic.com today and start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local, trusted, family-owned company that's been transforming kitchens for 45 years. That's kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com.
An upper-level disturbance will move through the region today, bringing more clouds and the chance for some snow showers during the afternoon and evening. A coating is possible in some spots. It'll turn windy with a high near 30. Very cold tonight, becoming partly cloudy, breezy, low near 20. And for Friday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds, not as cold, but still windy with a high 38.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Everything the president has done on the border, we have got to empower him to do it, not just for a month, but for the next 4 years. And we've got to hire more Border Patrol agents. We've got to give Tom Homan and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem the resources they need to secure the border. And just not to return to the border, but I think so many of our issues come back to the border, because if you take 30, 40 million illegal aliens, you take Medicare fraud, Social Security fraud. Why are we taking the people's Social Security payments and giving it to illegal aliens? We know that's happening in the United States of America today. We've got to stop it. If you get control of the border, Mercedes, you do more to control the fiscal problem, the financial problems that we have in this country than almost anything. Get illegal aliens out of our country, make sure American tax dollars go to American people. That is how you solve the fiscal crisis in the United States of America.
And see, that message from Vice President J.D. Vance is not just popular with, let's say, voters who voted for this administration. I think overall, even in cities like Philadelphia, Chicago, New York, a lot of people hear that and then they hear the money and they see, printed in their local newspaper all over screens about the numbers that we're talking about. And then people say, whoa, wait a minute. All that money, all those billions were going to non-citizens? I think in these tough times, that's why this message is a winning message right now for the Trump administration. And that's why, I think J.D. Vance, does anybody disagree with that? I just think that's a tough, it's tough to sell the other side and say, no, we want to give and it amounts to trillions. No, we want to give, 4 or 5 trillion to non-citizens. I don't even understand how Democrats with a serious face can actually say that to the American people right now. What is this real? I thought that this was a joke, but in fact, there's a headline: Mitch McConnell, his decision, he won't be rerunning for office. I thought we knew that.
Turtle.
I know. I saw it breaking, and I see now. I'm seeing across the screens that he won't run for re-election. I thought he had already made that clear, but maybe it's now official.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026? All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute.
Oh, is this when he had the episode?
I don't know. Yeah, it's got to be.
Wait, is this the old one or is this the new one?
No, I think this is the old one.
Okay.
Yeah.
You scared me because I thought,
I'm hoping it is.
Happened?
Yeah, I can't imagine that happen again.
But is this one in the hallway? Because the first one was in the hallway. And then lately we see the guys and they're basically in a wheelchair and they have to put him into
this is back in late January.
Okay, so that was the same one.
I thought that was just happening.
Dan, I thought because you see this team of individuals, men, big guys who can lift him in the wheelchair and so on and so forth. So I guess his team.
Well, back to that clip too. That was late January. That was after the Pete Hegseth vote, and he was asked that question and really kind of froze up again. And I think our answer was kind of given back in late January as to whether or not he's going to run for re-election. If you can't respond to that kind of question, I don't know if you have the ability to.
Yeah. Not good. There's so much going on today just a review, and we've got Kash Patel, that vote, that debate right now. We've got the Linda McMahon situation. Lutnick is in with Commerce Secretary, and I know some of this I talked about earlier. We talked about on Kale and Company, so forgive me because I try not to be repetitive. But as far as moving forward today, President Volodymyr Zelensky, little Zelensky as he's known, the principal in the principal's office, he's actually due. He's meeting with Donald Trump's envoy, like I said, Keith Kellogg, today. And so they're reporting on a rift between, after Trump called him a dictator. So President Trump did call him a dictator and says that Russia holds the cards in peace talks because it has taken a lot of territory. So the European Union, the latest on that one, they have been responding to President Trump's wording there. And they say Zelensky is not a dictator. They say Ukraine is a democracy. And that President Zelensky, here's the quote, Ukraine is a democracy. And they say so they're saying that Putin's Russia is not a democracy. And that from the EU spokesperson, Stefan de Kiersmaker. So they're making this clear, aren't they? So we have that from the EU. We want to go to Phil. What did you say?
Yeah, we got Phil on the line, or we also have Jasmine Crockett now saying that even if we gave $5,000 back to you, it's not going to do much for you. What do you want?
Yeah, go.
Let's go with
Jasmine. Is this on the View? Is this one?
That's ABC News, Dawn. Yeah, take a listen.
Now, President Trump says he likes the idea of giving some of the savings from Doge back to Americans as kind of a dividend. Would you support that?
Listen, he's just telling a lie. He's not the one that had anything to do with the $1,200
refunds that people had during the midst of COVID that was done by a Democratic House and Democratic Senate. Right now, what they're going to do is say, hey, we want to give you a refund, but Congress won't let us, because they already know that there's just no money for that. The only reason that those refunds came before was because we were living in different times. This was a time in which hopefully we won't ever go through again. We had a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. The bad part is that I don't know if it's once in a lifetime, because we know that Ebola, unfortunately, was detected right here in New York here recently. And if we continue down this road of getting rid of scientists or deciding that we don't want to rely on experts as it relates to what they're telling us to do, or we don't want to deal with vaccines and medicine in this country, then we may be facing not.
She just is. If anybody in any conservative circle, whether it's in broadcasting, first of all, or elected official, which she is, no thank you. She's from Texas. How did Texas bring forth this chick? She is so far out there to suggest Ebola. Ebola is a highly pathogenic, deadly disease that, thank God, you know why it doesn't spread? Because you die, and you die quickly. It's like a horror movie. For her to say Ebola?
Let's let her finish digging that hole.
Fear-mongering. You want to let her dig the hole? All right.
Competence. So no, we are not in the business of giving out money. And honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
Oh, what $5,000? Well, you know what? If she feels that way, then she doesn't get the $5,000. As a matter of fact, she should take a $5,000 pay cut. That's what I have to say about. Look, this individual, she goes out there, she fear-mongers, but she's loaded with disinformation, and she tries to use fear tactics, and that's horrible to say, oh, Ebola is spreading in the country. No, it's not. She is downright irresponsible. Shame on you. And shame on you for living in a bubble, because everybody I know would crave the moment to get $5,000. By the way, it's a refund. It's not her money. It's our money. And that's the point that Trump gets. 855-839-1210. Get to your calls on the other side. We have so much breaking, so we'll get to all the latest developments.
Get ready. Friday, March 21st, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. We will be live from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. with special guests, surprises, and fun. Plus, hear stories about how your donations to the Travis Manion Foundation go directly toward empowering veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth. Find healing and unite communities through service. Listen Friday, March 21st, beginning 6 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Thank you to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. And Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Crews are still out tackling hotspots at the factory in Abington as the neighborhood returns to a little more sense of normalcy. Rivers Casino was briefly evacuated this morning for what officials say was a threat made on the complex. And there was a fire at a horse stable in Southwest Philly. Fortunately, all the horses are accounted for.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Because look, the fundamental goal of our immigration policy, of our border policy, of DOGE saving taxpayer money, the fundamental goal is we want your children and grandchildren to be able to raise a family in security and comfort in the country that we all love. That is the whole goal of President Trump's agenda. Like safety and prosperity, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty common sense stuff. And we know that to do that, we have to, first of all, unleash American energy. Now, why is that so important? Because look, if, we all know grocery prices got too high under Joe Biden's leadership. Well, one of the main drivers of groceries is energy. Because if the farmers are paying more for energy, then we're all paying more for what the farmers grow. And if the truck drivers who are delivering the groceries are paying more for fuel, then we're all paying more for what the truck drivers are delivering to the grocery store. If we unleash American energy, that will do more than anything to drive down the cost for the American people. The second thing, Mercedes, is we have got to stop spending the American people's money on garbage. Every dollar that we take in and spend, you have to pay for, either through taxes or through inflation. And if we spend the American people's money more wisely, if we stop taxing and spending the American people to death, that's also going to bring relief to all of the pricing pressures that are out there. We're going to make it affordable to live in this country again. That's our mandate. That's our goal. And you're right, there's a lot more that we can do, but I think we've got a pretty good start after 30 days.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. J.D. Vance at CPAC, sprinkling in his comments before the group. Phil, I apologize. Phil wanted to talk about Israel and Hamas, and so couldn't hang on anymore. But it was a heartbreaking exchange, as I reported earlier this morning, with the terror group Hamas handing over the bodies of baby Kiefer Bibas, along with his brother Ariel, they were taken. Kiefer was the youngest. They were the redheaded brothers. 9-month-old baby Kiefer, Ariel, who was about 4 years old, and then mom Shiri, 33, and as well the body of 84-year-old Oded Lifshitz. So the bodies of the Bibas family, and if you remember this mommy and her baby, her young children, the dad was returned, but that video was so heartbreaking and horrifying. And I just think so many people held out hope that they may be still alive, but in fact now their bodies trapped. It was a horrible scene where they take out these black coffins and they have. It's just, and then you see the Red Cross people drape over white cloths over those coffins. The family grieving, obviously, holding out hope that they would still be alive with Hamas. But I think Phil's comment was
he was disappointed.
Disappointed in the sense that this goes on, and Trump had said there will be hell to pay if they don't return everybody. How many times have I brought that up? I keep thinking about it. They are meeting with the Saudis. They are putting the pressure. It's not just about, so the conversations they're having that they had in Riyadh yesterday that I talked about, none of this is in a vacuum, right? I think Trump, what he hopes to do is bring forth world peace. That's the real goal here. And so I think that as they meet in the Middle East and try to get all of these hostages, not just the 6 they've promised coming up this Saturday, but everybody, I think they've all had it. And this image today, it was just, and the way that the terrorists, they're all covered so that you can't see their faces in this dark clothing, but it's just it's disturbing to watch this. They bring out the bodies sort of matter-of-factly, and it's just horrifying. This poor family. So we have that going on, and those we'll see. Phil, I will hold out hope to answer your question that they're in talks right now, and that hopefully they come to a full resolution. Because I don't think, for me personally, Trump doesn't say something like that lightly and then forgets it. And so what's in the works, I don't know, but something is. I guess that's what I believe, and that's part of my prayer. And then as far as what's going on with Zelensky, why did Trump call him a dictator? The fact that these are hundreds of billions of dollars, is that right? I mean, I can't even wrap my brain around all this money that we just give out. I mean, Biden was the ultimate sugar daddy. I mean, they shouldn't even put the 46th president of the United States, should put first Joe Biden, sugar daddy, and then put, all of his political titles. Biggity big sugar daddy. That really, the money that he gave out, and especially to Zelensky. And so guess what? The sugar daddy days are over, Zelensky. And I think Trump feels like this guy, I feel like he feels that not everything was on the up and up. There's missing money.
So developing news, Dawn, in the fight to have Kash Patel confirmed today. Wondering, big hinging on Mitch McConnell, Lisa Murkowski, and Susan Collins. And this is development in that, Dawn. Take a listen.
Miss Collins, no.
So there you hear Susan Collins voting no on Kash Patel. She released a statement. If you want that, Dawn, I can read that to you.
Yeah.
A nomination of Kash Patel to serve as director of the FBI comes to the Senate against the backdrop of recent personnel actions at the Department of Justice, including the resignations of several career federal prosecutors who felt they were being instructed to act in a manner inconsistent with their ethical obligations. In addition, a questionnaire has been sent to thousands of FBI employees regarding their involvement in certain investigations. As I've stated previously, these initiatives raise the specter that adverse actions could be taken against FBI employees, including special agents in the field, who have dedicated their careers to public service and who do not choose their assignments. It is critical that any efforts to promote accountability at the FBI be carefully calibrated and not have the effect of driving away dedicated public servants who keep our country and community safe. In this context, there is compelling need for an FBI director who is decidedly apolitical. While Mr. Patel has had 16 years of dedicated public service, his time over the past 4 years has been characterized by high-profile and aggressive political activity. Mr. Patel has made numerous politically charged statements in his book and elsewhere discrediting the work of FBI, the very institution he has been nominated to lead. These statements, in conjunction with the questionnaire sent to thousands of FBI employees, cast a doubt on Mr. Patel's ability to advance the FBI's law enforcement mission in a way that is free from the appearance of political motivation. While I strongly support efforts to ensure all federal employees perform their responsibilities ethically in accordance with the law, Mr. Patel's recent political profile undermines his ability to serve in an apolitical role of director of the FBI. Therefore, I will vote against his nomination.
Well, here's the deal on this. Whoever Trump puts in there, what do they think? We're not going to have Kash Patel, so we'll get Snow White. Who do you think Trump is going to put in? He's going to put in somebody who's tough. So guess what, Toots? The next one might be even tougher than Kash Patel. I mean, I just, I think that's short-sighted. That's my humble opinion. And you know which way McConnell's going to go now with Susan Collins now as a Republican. Yeah. So we got that going on. There's so much happening today as far as in Montgomery County. We've been talking about what they're going to do because they have publicly pushed back. And we talked a lot about their celebration this week of their commissioners talking about the past year, their state of the county. But what will sanctuary counties like Montgo, who's pushed back on the sanctuary status and all the DEI stuff, what are they going to do? Because you hear Doge and you hear Trump saying, no, they're pulling all that federal funding. Now, Shapiro we told you our governor filed that lawsuit, but I was just looking at some of the Montgomery County, they're still doubling down on all of this. They're going to lose a lot of federal funding. So we're teed up for all of these legal battles for sure. So we have that going on. And still we see the mainstream media saying that you're not going to get, your Social Security checks. I keep seeing that. But I will give credit to the Inquirer. They're saying tens of millions of dead people are not getting their Social Security checks, despite Trump and Musk's claims. This is what they're saying. So they're saying it's a false claim, but we'll see, because they've got the receipts. They have all of this information, and they've said that they're publishing it all online. So that's that's one of their latest headlines in the Philadelphia Inquirer, talking about the fact that dead people are not, in fact, getting Social Security or these different, payments from, whether it's Medicare, Medicaid. We just had our state senator talk about that just earlier. She said it's fraudulent. So are they dead, or is it somebody using a dead person's name? I suspect that's part of what this is. In other words, technically the dead people can't get the money because they're dead, but maybe somebody's using their name, their Social Security. And so technically that kind of a headline might not be wrong. Do you see what I'm saying? But it's just misleading. So we've got that going on. I will fact check all of that and I'll get back to you. But they go out of their way to criticize and parse the words of people who are trying to cut down on government waste and fraud. Instead of saying, well, let's look through this. Let's find out who these individuals are. If there is fraud, then are you going after them? Are there investigations into those individuals? But you don't see them doing that. They just say, nope, this is a lie, because they're going to parse the words of the people.
I wish we had more time to play with this, but I'm sure Dom will want it. Geraldine Richmond, Dawn, said this today.
What are the chances that we've increased the risk of someone being hired by China to come over and share what they've been doing? I, too, have been recruited. I got a letter not too long ago that was like, for 1 hour's work, could I take $40,000?
That's Geraldine Richmond saying that new fear with this Doge cuts that they'll be hired by China and become a security threat, Dawn.
Oh. So China's like, yeah, we're not going to pay you $40,000.
Yeah.
That wasn't us. I don't know what she'd do for $40,000 in what, an
Maybe
hour?
They need some librarians over there.
Wow. Dom, it cracks me up.
Oh, Dawn, we have a great cut. Jasmine Crockett, the false eyelash wearing. Look, I like a nice false eyelash. I'll go on record with that. We'll talk false eyelashes, but when they're extreme, I think a little bit of art needed. She just said, well, what's $5,000 coming from Trump with Doge? What's
I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
Yeah, what will $5,000 do for you? Yes, that's what we'll probe. And also, a group that supports the First Amendment that we used to like won't come on the show just because I differ with them. What the heck is up with that?
Ridiculous.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Come on.
Fire. That's the group.
Fire!
6 hours ago, I came on the air with a false eyelash crisis that I said
I didn't know
Greg
you had
Stocker.
those, yeah?
So I'm kind of beginning and ending with
All comes around.
All comes around on the Dom Giordano show. Let's
Full
count
circle.
that one. False eyelash report.
Dom Show is right now.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. We are watching Kash Patel by my count, despite Susan Collins, McConnell, and Murkowski voting against him, it appears. Bill Cassidy, the doctor from Louisiana who pushed over the top RFK Jr., says he will vote for him, so Vance will come in, VP Vance, and break the tie. That's the way that it looks like it's going to go. And it's going down to the wire with a number of Trump nominees that have been confirmed. And I think before the end of the show, we're going to be able to say Kash Patel is the FBI director. This Jasmine Crockett, a lot of people have been saying I know this is Wifty. We might have a new group, too, by the way. There's a group that has displaced Joe Rogan as the #1 podcast in America, at least last week. And it seems pretty clear to me they beat him pretty soundly. I listened to them. I don't get it. But then again, Variety says that Greg Gutfeld is Tom Wolfe. And I can speak for Dan. Neither one of us get it. I mean, he's doing numbers among younger people, Gutfeld, that you can't believe. If you find Greg Gutfeld really hilarious, tell us why. We'll get to all that. But Jasmine Crockett, the woman with these outrageous false eyelashes, I'm trying to think of who else might rival the false eyelash look here. You know, in the course of time. Look, I am a Danielle Outlaw, you think? False eyelashes?
Well, I remember the false nails. Remember?
That was her big accomplishment, that they can wear false nails and paint their nails if they're a female cop. That was her accomplishment, yes.
Yeah.
Ro hates it when I bring it up for some reason.
Sorry.
That's okay. But she of the false eyelashes, of the battles with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I've seen article after article. Yeah, that's what Democrats need. She's the face. Listen to what she just said this morning about, I'm kind of surprised, by the way, on this, that Trump is not pushing it harder. I'm not sure why. I hope he doesn't renege on this. These savings hey, we're going to put them back in the Treasury. No. I don't want that money back in the Treasury. 5,000 is a good number. Give every American citizen, well, there might be some stipulations here. You know, I know there could be fraud with this, but you get the general idea. Give them $5,000 of their hard-earned money back for 50, 60 years of this nonsense that's going on in Washington. And Trump kind of said it. I have the cut. But it didn't have the usual bravado with it. I'm not sure why. I thought he'd be all over this. But listen to Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett's take on this.
President Trump says he likes the idea of giving some of the savings from Doge back to Americans as kind of a dividend. Would you support that?
Listen, he's just telling a lie. He's not the one that had anything to do with the $1,200 refunds that people had during the midst of COVID that was done by a Democratic House and Democratic Senate. Right now, what they're going to do is say, hey, we want to give you a refund, but Congress won't let us because they already know that there's just no money for that. The only reason that those refunds came before was because we were living in different times. This was a time in which hopefully we won't ever go through
There
again.
weren't refunds,
We
lady.
had a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. The bad part is that I don't know if it's once in a lifetime because we know that Ebola, unfortunately, was detected right here in New York here recently. And if we continue down this road of getting rid of scientists or deciding that we don't want to rely on experts as it relates to what they're telling us to do, or we don't want to deal with vaccines and medicine in this country, then we may be facing not only our next pandemic, but our next 2, 3, or 4 pandemics because of their incompetence. So no, we are not in the business of giving out money. And honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
She doesn't know what $5,000. All right, let's get our team there. Henry, what's your guesstimate before we look it up? A good pair of false eyelashes for $5,000. How much? How many false eyelashes?
You're asking the guy that would really know.
Yeah.
Well, I said,
Why would
look,
I
make
know?
a
Wears false
guess.
eyelashes to
Well,
work every day.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Dan,
In case
I would
listeners didn't
say, at least 1,000 pairs of false eyelashes you could get for $5,000,
How much do
Jasmine.
false eyelashes
I feel like
cost?
they're more than that. I feel like they're $10 a pop.
False eyelash extensions can cost anywhere between $100 and $500, depending on the
What?
style, location, and technician.
Wow.
You should also budget for fills, which are typically needed every 1 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, but I think those are like more than just you put them on manually. Those are.
I mean, you can get magnetic ones.
Yeah, these where you go to some. I've seen these stores coming to work where women are going in and having them implanted. I guess is the way I would put it.
That would hurt.
Well, it's implanted in a sense. There's a process versus you put them on yourself.
Gotcha. Yeah, but
Yeah.
You can get the self-made ones. It's like $13 on Amazon.
Oh, there we go.
so-
Okay, Henry was pretty close. All right, so
Henry knows the stuff.
Yeah.
What can I say?
So there you go, Jasmine. That would be like 100 pairs of false eyelashes at least. That's got to see you for a couple of years. So what would you do with $5,000?
Down payment, new car?
Yeah, we'd love to hear it. I mean, what would you do with $5,000? Maybe
Bathroom renovation?
I'd give it to DJ and Luke. Split it up right now. Just take care of that. Take care of whatever they're advancing on at that moment. Yeah. So no matter who you are listening right now, you get $5,000. You're going to say, "Wow, I just got $5,000." Now, some people might go, "Oh my God, I got $5,000." This is their attitude.
That's
though.
a lot of money.
I don't know what
Life-changing
$5,000 will do for you.
And she's, in many ways, the face, several people, and not just people like me who want her to be the face, of the Democrat Party, of where they're going. This is the attitude, the nonsense. And by the way, that wasn't a refund from Biden. It was just throwing money out there. The people who didn't want to work during COVID, in many instances, didn't deserve it. There was fraud, et cetera. That's the money she's talking about. Yeah, give taxpayers back their money. Now, at 12:30 today, we have a couple of Assembly people over in Jersey coming on. They have a bill to get Doge done in New Jersey. And one thing I saw the other day, I'm not sure if they put it out or I saw it somewhere else, that the Rutgers football team, I think it was just in 1 year, rang up well over $400,000 in DoorDash. What the heck? Taxpayers in Jersey want to pay for Rutgers football and DoorDash? Oh, come on, Tom. They had a 500 record. Can you imagine the stuff that goes on in Jersey? Just the outright, we don't care. We're going to spend it, and then we're going to say we need to raise taxes. We don't have enough. So all that will unfold. Now, we mentioned a moment ago fire, and we've had them on over the years. They're a great group defending the First Amendment. Well, let me set it up this way. While all this was happening, Dan and I both got an email about a story involving Rowan University that, as far as we know, is ongoing that you should know about. And of all days, yesterday, Hamas turned over, is it 3 or 4 dead hostages? I got to look here. I know that 2 of them were toddlers. They included toddlers and a mom. All right? And as these animals, and that's what they are subhuman. No doubt about it. As they turned it over on this stage, you may have seen some of the coverage. There was celebratory music and clapping and taunts and sayings. That's who we're dealing with. Now, I believe, and the Trump administration has already said this, if you are a public supporter leading these things for Hamas and you are here on a visa, you're on college camp, whatever it is, you're going home. You're going to be deported. I support that. Now, as far as Rowan did the right thing, and then they caved because of this First Amendment group, FIRE, that we've had on over the years with great guests. What happened is you have this group, Students for Palestine, who are notoriously, they're anti-Zionist, they're anti-Israel. Let's face it, they're anti-Semitic. Up and down the line, this group across the country. They're the principal group behind all the nonsense that goes on. So they must have started a new chapter, or it's a new semester at Rowan University over in South Jersey. And the poster inviting people to come and be part of this group, which, by the way, is backed by student funding. More about that in a second. Had the slingshots, the kid with all the headgear on, and the slingshots to face Israeli tanks. Remember this? The Intifada? I don't know how many Intifadas there have been. These are the people that attack civilians, will kill anybody, and are throwing bricks, etc., at soldiers, knife them, do whatever they can. And they're celebrated in this. So a group called Make New Jersey Red, who may be on the show today, they started beating the bushes and people went nuts. How dare you have this as a student group? Now, when you're a student group, that means you get space and you get some degree of funding coming from students who may be Jewish or people like me who hate this group for the stuff I just laid out, or New Jersey taxpayers. So FIRE sent an email to Dan and me saying, oh, yeah, would you like to talk to X, Y, and Z here? And we said, sure. Dan told him we differ a bit on this. And I was gearing up to debate what I see as a trend now. And sometimes it's on the right, sometimes it's on the left. And it goes like this. People will say, well, you mustn't really believe in the country. You mustn't really believe in the First Amendment. All right. Now, there are all kinds of avenues with this, with the First Amendment, people hiding behind this. First point I would make with this Rowan student group, nobody suspended students. They were going to put this under suspension and investigate it, the group. And that's a big difference because colleges do have due diligence after what we've seen after October 7th to not just say, well, that's freedom of speech. Remember those goofball university college presidents? Remember what happened to them? So we said to FIRE, sure, come on today. And then the guy tells Dan later on, no, I think we'll pass on this one. What the heck are we talking about? You're a First Amendment group. You can't come on and debate me or at least talk about on this. That's pretty weak. It is very weak. But we see this all the time. It's just preaching to the choir. Now, usually we agree with FIRE. We've had FIRE on, and they're representing this, that, or the other group, conservatives usually, on college campuses who are silenced. But instead, they choose not to come on just because Dan says, well, we differ on this. I wasn't going to hammer them. It's not Larry Krasner. I'm interested in it. There is a tension here. You could make First Amendment arguments. But does that, then I see they're defending now. Remember the pollster in Iowa who clearly, it seems to me, there's got a case to be made, wanted to scare the Trump campaign. Remember that? They had Kamala Harris ahead in Iowa right before the election, I think the Sunday before. And Trump ended up winning, and Kansas, it was Iowa. Yeah, Trump ended up winning by double digits. So he's suing her under consumer protection, fraud. They're saying it's a First Amendment case. You know, the First Amendment is there, but particularly with your employer. I mean, that's about the government. You can be fired. Well, I have a First Amendment right to stand on a desk and say we said the same thing with the NFL players. They were at their workplace. They could have been fired for that. You don't have a First Amendment right to disrupt that. Now, you could argue that it would be bad workplace if they did that, okay. But they had every right to do it. All right, so I'd love to get you on either one. And if you wear false eyelashes, I wonder, if you do that, doesn't it have to be subtle? If you've seen this woman, it's like, I don't understand how that's effective for whatever look you're trying to. That's the first thing I think of when I think of Jasmine Crockett, other than being completely obnoxious, insufferable, and not making sense. Coming up, there is a new, and the guy actually says the magic words. I didn't tell Dan this one in the Inquirer. I'll give you the lyrics. I don't know if it's out there, Dan, the sound of it. A song worthy of Bruce Springsteen about the last toll collector on the in Cape May County. And it's the bridge, Grassy Knolls, I guess it's called.
I like where this is going.
Yeah, that goes Wildwood Crest into Cape May. That toll booth is no more, or it's going to be Easy Pass, I guess. So the last toll collector is gone. I think he worked 40 years. And these guys collaborated. They said it's very Springsteen-esque. And Bruce would really have a hell of a song about what that tells us. No more toll collectors. All right. Well, I am sensitive because I think the Phillies game on Saturday, and I'm going to be watching this keenly, is going to be umpired at least, I'm not sure about at first base, but behind the plate by robo-ump, which is just one of the worst ideas that we've ever seen. The only upside is you'll be able to challenge robo-ump, meaning saying, I didn't think that was a strike or I didn't think that was a ball. And if you're right, you don't lose your challenge and they put it up on the board. But you're going to see at Major League Baseball, I'm not sure if they did it last spring training, many games this year. And then next year, they're actually going to have it at the big league level, maybe. How much of this? AI, robo-ump, medical. Why are you playing that, Dan? Is that your Springsteen?
What's that? Sorry.
Oh, that was underneath me.
No, it's Something Stupid by Frank Sinatra.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah, that's true. So the latest in all this robo stuff. 855-839-1210. Now, the side question today is National Comfy Day. We want something that is very comfortable.
Oh, I love this.
And or it would be harder, meaning then we'd pay more attention to it. A person who's very comforting or comfortable, either word that you want. I'm going to take off the board the classic, the Barco Lounger.
Ooh.
Particularly a Barco Lounger you have for 25 years. Now that is comfort. All right, Dan, what's yours?
That's a great one.
Yeah.
Behind us, we hear Sinatra.
Yes.
What a comforting voice an individual Sinatra is,
Right.
and nostalgic. And on that, I'll put out a guy who brought comfort, apparently, to a lot of individuals on Sundays in Philadelphia, Larry Ferrari.
Oh, yes. All-time great.
Yeah.
There could be a book there. How in the world did Philadelphia watch Larry Ferrari?
I'll also throw out the smell of a pumpkin apple candle from,
Okay.
what is it, Bath & Body Works? Is that where? Yeah, Bath & Body Works, because my mom loved that smell. Now we burn it, and it's just a very comforting smell to come in.
A lot of candle smells. They're in a great business for that. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so in honor of our side question, I had the comfort thing. How about something that would go very nicely today? You see it's very gray and cold outside
Yes.
today. Probably not going to see a whole lot of sunshine. How about snuggling up and watching one of your favorite comfort movies? A comfort movie is something that you watch over and over and over.
No, you can't pick a comfort movies as a category off. Give me an individual comfort movie.
Give
that
us
you like.
an individual one.
Well,
right,
my
yeah.
individual comfort movie would be my favorite movie, Dazed and Confused.
There you go.
Okay, there you go. All right, 855.
I don't know if that's a good comfort movie, though. Like a good comfort movie is like Remember the Titans, where at the end you're feeling so
yes.
warm
You
inside.
can watch it right now. Game Ball, Roddy Bass.
Forrest Gump, good comfort movie.
Well, it's
Of course,
comforting
that's your
me.
film, yeah.
That's why I
Yeah,
took
okay, yeah.
comfort movie off,
Game
because
ball,
what's
Ronnie
comfortable
Bass.
to me isn't comfortable to everybody.
So movies, celebrities, nostalgic things. What makes you comfortable?
You don't see Remember the Titans in rotation. I just saw Goodfellas in rotation on
Disney.
AMC 4 times in the last 2 weeks.
It's because
which
it's
is
Disney,
good.
though. It's
Yeah.
Those guys protect the rights of their movies. Remember they used to do like the limited release on VHS every 20, 30 years?
Yeah.
They protect the rights of those movies
Yeah,
like
I
it's
could
none
see
other.
Remember the Titans. Put that on once a day somewhere. 855-839-1210. All right, you got the set? Do you think the First Amendment should protect the students for Palestine over at Rowan? Rowan made the right decision the first time, and then they reneged on it. Why? Well, they started getting heat. They started getting heat from these groups that say they're First Amendment and won't even come on here. And it just amazes me. I mean, we're not going to bite. My God, you're the First Amendment people. Come on, there's still time to do it and tell us why we're wrong, that I don't think this is protected by the First Amendment. I don't see it. 855-839-1210.
Is right, your perfume fills my head, the stars get red, and oh, the night's so blue.
Rich Zioli.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not in the United States of America be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy. Like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through February 28th.
It's It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. As I mentioned, I need somebody that's heard them more extensively. Stephanie Rule and others out there, and I think we have some sound of her, touting this podcast group. I think they're from Long Island. And they just topped last week. Their name is close to Midas, so they go by the Midas Touch, even though they don't spell it correctly. Stephanie Rule on MSNBC, a victory dance over anti-Trump Midas Touch podcast beating out Rogan. And the numbers, according to Podscribe, which I guess is the official sort of this is hard to catalog. Rogan's podcast was downloaded and played 48.6 million times. Wow. 32% decrease from the previous month, but the Midas Touch top spot with 56 million downloads and plays, increasing by 101% this month. Well, this is the first month of President Trump. All right, here is Stephanie Rule breaking that down.
The left-leaning podcast, Midas Touch, has just done the unthinkable, dethroned Joe Rogan to become the country's most popular podcast. Do you see this as a sign of a bigger political shift? Because even these three guys specifically, they are not your touchy-feely progressives. They're like three bros from Long Island.
Yeah. Look, I think that this does signal, one, Democrats and let's just call it the non-conservative ecosystem catching up to where the kind of Rogan right has been.
And they're not policy guys. They're anti-Trump guys. And they crank it out all day, every day.
And I do think the fact that this is organic, this is not a part of the ecosystem that was just built up, with heavy investment from millionaires and billionaires. These are folks who've been grinding and working. And my suspicion is they probably were going to get to this point anyway. But it does, I think, signal where groups and where organizations and where candidates on the Democratic side are going to focus a lot of their effort going forward. You've got to dominate this space. That's where conversation is. That's where a lot of people get their news, is on YouTube, online. You have to be present there. And you have to have messengers that are fearless and that know how to talk to these folks comfortably and in messy conversations that are often complicated.
People often say that Democrats don't know how to hit. These guys are hitters.
All right, then. So, first of all, Joe Rogan's not a conservative. I mean, it's all over the place. I don't even know what I would characterize it as. Dan, you haven't heard these guys, right? I mean, no. When I saw it this morning, and only vaguely, they're anti-Trump. She's right. There's the tech bro, podcast bro type of stuff. Look, and if Democrats get into these areas, it will help them around the edges. The problem is their policies, that people don't want. There's 80-20 on this. I haven't heard these guys, but Dan, based upon what I think their vibe is, I don't think they're going to say you can have a male playing against females in sports. I don't see it. From the little bit, and I'm going to look it up and see what they say about it. It's the policies. It's defending the federal government as people seeing the waste, fraud, and abuse. That's what it is for Democrats, for elected officials, for their party. They keep on thinking there's a magic elixir. Just get with these guys, get into these fields, and somehow or another, your message is going, now I understand it from Democrats. People reject the policies. So it helped Trump that he did Rogan and a whole galaxy of these others, and that the Republican Party, by and large, is friendly to talk radio, for example. White House just had Rich and others at the White House yesterday. Biden wouldn't do that with us. Can you imagine? So the bottom line is you don't want to change the policies. And a lot of these are 80-20 with the American public. I just played you Jasmine Crockett saying, well, how's $5,000 going to help you? Now, if we could get Democrats on record saying, no, we're not going to give you $5,000 out of these savings versus Trump, more wholeheartedly, I'd like to see it saying, yeah, that's my plan, of course. That'd be $10,000 in a family or more. how could you be on the other side of this? And you heard the minutia. She said, well, we're not really giving it to you. What are you talking about? We gave you $1,200 under Biden. No, these are actual from the crime of stealing that money from us, giving some of it back. All right, coming up along those lines, we're going to talk with two representatives from Jersey who have a bill. Now, look, I'm a realist. This bill being passed by these progressives in Jersey, I get it. But then the second alternative, this is what the Republican nominee for governor ought to be emphasizing, Doge for New Jersey. And make the people on the other side say, no, we don't want you seeing what we're spending our money on, like $440,000 for the Rutgers football team for DoorDash. Not only would I say that, I would demand, I'd subpoena if I had to, the records of what they ordered. Dan, can you imagine if they're ordering giant steaks and lobster or something at the Rutgers football team and taxpayers are paying for that? And what kind of tip did they give DoorDash? Yeah, big wheels with somebody else's money. I would put that up wherever I want. I'd put billboards up. I'd have a Rutgers football coach with the steak sauce over. I don't know what the record is now, too. If it's not good, that's another thing. All right, we'll talk with these two assembly people about that. What would happen if Jersey had their own Doge? And Elon Musk can't be everywhere. Who'd be a good person to do that in New Jersey? Who would be the persona that fits Jersey to get at that money? All right, that's straight ahead. February is American. Oh, I'm sorry. That's 12:40. Keep on saying it. 12:45. We'll have them here. Hey, February is American Heart Month. It's a great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating healthfully, heart-friendly foods, and also being mindful of your dental health. Did you know that plaque buildup can actually lead to bacteria growth, which can sometimes lead to conditions like endocarditis, arterial sclerosis? So it's a great time to schedule an appointment with my guy, my dentist, board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz in the Bentz Dental Group. Now, Dr. Bentz has worked with hundreds of patients to not only improve their smiles and their confidence, but more importantly, maximize their oral health, which leads to great overall health. It's all there. So if you have concerns about your oral health, or you're just looking for a dentist, a great dentist, all in one package. I've told you story after story of my dental care with Dr. Bentz, how effective it's been for me. Give them a call, get that initial evaluation, 610-272-6949. Or you can visit them at bentzdentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
If this cold winter weather hasn't convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help you by extending their biggest discounts of the year through the end of February. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's another chance to do so by getting 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can buy now and pay later with Guida's interest-free financing for up to 12 months. Act now. This offer is until the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, side question today. Comfort, National Comfy Day. Give us something comfortable or a person who gives you that feeling. 855-839-1210. You jump on board. As I said, this podcast group, it's interesting. If you beat Joe Rogan that badly, is that indicative of opportunity for the Democrats? Or is it just these guys have struck a nerve? They are anti-Trump. Is this an equal playing field? It's their policies. That's the things that are killing. I mean, there's a lot of other things here, the way they ran the campaign, et cetera. But it's the policy side of things they are unable or unwilling to change. 855-839-1210. One other thing, the polygraph. I looked it up again last night. Look, I know Kristi Noem is trying to do the right thing at Homeland Security. You have people diming out Homan to the media and telling them, you know, to publicize where they're going to raid next. But a polygraph once a week as a way to determine if people are telling the truth or not. We've had some fun over the years. Did it on the air once with a guy that was a listener and the stuff that's involved. And even he admitted, yeah, it's an indicator of something, but it's not something in court, at least in most places that I know of, that stands up as evidence. So could you really get to the bottom of anything that the person is lying? They're not telling the truth. If you ask them, have you told anyone about these raids? Kind of doubtful. Maybe just a threat to kind of rein people in because we're seeing some difficulty with this. And there's criticism of ICE saying, well, why are they not giving us the numbers now? They have kind of stopped doing that. Are they not impressive? And the answer is, I'm impressed with what they've done, how hard it is to root out with all the false names, with all the stuff that goes into this. I'm amazed they've been able to lock up the number of people that they have already, which is in the thousands. So they're well on their way to doing stuff. It's not an easy thing, though. I'd love to get you in on this Rowan University thing, though. We're working on somebody who helped to propel this in Jersey. Rowan made the right decision at the beginning to say, no, we're suspending this organization. And then they caved in and went back the other way for some reason, under false claims of First Amendment, we'll sue you, et cetera. They're a group that is beyond troublesome. They're the premier group, Students for Palestine, that have been up to and behind most of these protests that we saw vis-a-vis October 7th. And if you saw any of this yesterday, these bodies in coffins and these animals celebrating as they handed them over to the Israelis, toddlers. And remember what was done on October 7th. And just remember the response, some of the responses of these universities and others, how tepid they were about what happened to Jews in Israel on October 7th. These were some of the remnants of that. And we're going to have them put out violence, potential violence on a poster and say that's First Amendment protected. I'm really tired of hearing it. I'm really, really tired. That is not the First Amendment at all. If it goes to court, we'll see what they say. All right, let's go to Mary Jane. Mary Jane starts us off in Bluebell on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mary Jane.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I'm driving, actually.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So my comfort person is Mr. Fred Rogers.
Go ahead. Explain. Yeah, tell us.
Answer.
Yeah.
Explain. He could take any situation and make it comfortable, make it casual, make it knowledgeable for children or adults. He could reach anyone in a very mild-mannered, easy to understand way that you felt good after you talked to him.
Absolutely.
Or listen to him.
All-timer. I mean, if Mr. Rogers is on the other side of the argument with you, you're in pretty big trouble. If he's getting like, come on now. Yeah, Mr. Rogers, very comforting, comfortable. He's got both that go into that. That's what we're looking for. If you have a person, Dan contributed Larry Ferrari, I had the Barcalandra, you can hit us with that. But 855-839-1210, you get on board. Not surprised, by the way, at some of the reaction we got yesterday to the Ukraine situation. And people that are trying to convince me, essentially, why am I so virulent about Putin? I can't be virulent enough. Are you kidding me? Look, you can say anything you want about Zelensky, and any number of things are probably true. And some of the just corruption in Ukraine. But when you start saying, go easy on Putin here, come on now, with your criticism of Putin, you got to be kidding me. You know, you can't convince yourself of that. You know deep down what we're dealing with here. And I guess I would just say I'd like to see more of a Reagan approach to Putin than trying to say, well, let's butter him up. We can win him with that. You're not gonna butter up a guy like this and win with this. And in the real world, we have to deal with this. We have to come up with a solution. That's true. But it's out of bounds. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe. Afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Don. My guy could turn canvas into, he can make it come to life, even if it's a cold, cold winter scene. He was the guy who didn't believe in mistakes. They were all called happy accidents. He could soothe you at bed at night, and he made everything visual and vivid. It was Bob Ross.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's a really good one. Thank you, Joe. All right, so right out of the box, people getting it pretty well.
You ever do a Bob Ross painting, Dom?
No, I did not.
Follow along?
Yeah, I've seen enough of him. I don't think I had him on over the years, but somebody like that.
Oh,
yeah,
awesome.
you know, it's exactly right. That's a great one. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with two Assembly people in New Jersey. They see Elon Musk, and they think, why not? Let's have a New Jersey Doge. Now, they're insiders. What would we find when it comes to spending in a place like New Jersey? I gave you the one, the DoorDash thing with Rutgers. Could you really spend that much money? They did. All straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Nick Kale with Dawn Stenzel, and join us at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Yeah, it's Joe's story of Philly sports put to music. It's so much fun. It's Philly. Be there with us, won't you? Friday, February 21st at Westchester University. Tickets, of course, at joeconklin.com.
Meet Nick and Dawn at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. Get your tickets at joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com. Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift, Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. How it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
Dawn Stensland here. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full lines of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
PNC Private Bank knows that anything can happen on the gridiron, and being prepared goes a long way. It's not so different with your wealth. Whether you are looking to grow it over time, planning business succession, or integrate charitable giving, having a dedicated local team of specialized advisors who take a calculated, disciplined approach to managing your wealth leads to a lot of wins. The PNC Private Bank team knows that just like in football, that kind of preparation is good for your financial game. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. We've seen Doge be all the rage. We got that clock. It's up, showing how much has been captured for American taxpayers. How about in the States now? Oh, boy. How about in the swamp of swamps? How about in New Jersey? Well, we have with us Assemblyman Chris DePhillips, who's the author of the bill we're talking about, to do just that, and the Minority Conference Leader, District 40. And we have with us Assemblywoman Vicki Flynn, who's co-sponsor of the bill and Deputy Minority Conference Leader, District 13. And you can bring them up. They're both with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Assembly persons, thanks for joining us. Let's start with the author of the bill, Chris DePhillips. Give me an idea. When did this strike you? Hi. Were you thinking about this all along when you heard what was going on here, or did something recently jump into your mind?
No, I thought it was a great idea from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we should bring it to the state level. I was working and speaking with my colleague in the Assembly, Alex Zawicki. And Alex and I introduced the bill together. And after seeing how much money was being uncovered and saved at the federal level, millions and millions of dollars in waste being discovered and ended, we said, let's do this in New Jersey. Let's bring this to New Jersey, and I think it's a great idea.
Assemblywoman Vicki Flynn with us also. Assemblywoman, you guys are insiders, so you must see some of this, even though they do everything in the world to kind of muffle it so you can't tell things inside budgets. I've been talking all morning about this DoorDash bill at Rutgers of over $400,000. Right there, there's billboards across Jersey. You have people marching with torches. What would we find? What have you guys seen that you think is there?
Well, I know that, the last budget meeting of every session, everyone goes to bed with one budget number. And then when we hit the floor to vote on the actual budget, last year we got close to another $2 billion worth of spending that came from nowhere.
Right.
So that's one of the things I think if we could start with, once that budget meeting is done, that committee meeting, there should be no more additions to the budget before the vote. And that could have saved us last year to over $2 billion in our budget. So that's a simple fix. And then when you look at that list, you could see all the fun items that are on there. There could be a park for one mayor who probably brings a lot of votes. You could see some Turtleback Zoo is always a good favorite for our Essex County executive up there. He loves it's a great zoo. I went there in kindergarten. I took my kids there. It's the best zoo ever, one of the best zoos in the state of New Jersey, but it usually gets a nice little bump every year in that little period of time, that 48 hours before final vote. It's pretty interesting. So I think that's a good starting point.
Krista Phillips, so would we find not just these things that we just talked about here, but would we find waste, for example?
Yes, sir, you would. The pork barrel spending in New Jersey has gone up astronomically. Let me give you some figures which are shocking. In 2019, in the state budget, the pork barrel spending was $98 million, which, by the way, was bad enough. So $98 million in 2019. In last year's state budget, $1.5 billion in pork barrel spending, which, by the way, most of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle probably didn't know about, but they woke up after the budget was passed to find out what was in it. 15 times increase, a 15 times increase in pork barrel spending over 5 years. By the way, since I've been in the state assembly since 2017, the last budget that Governor Christie had was $34.7 billion. $34.7 billion. Last year's budget, $56.7 billion.
Wow.
67% increase in spending under the Murphy administration. No family in New Jersey would increase their spending by 67% if they didn't have the money to do so. And the point is, the state of New Jersey doesn't have the money because it's drowning in debt.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Assemblywoman Flynn, we know the uphill battle here with progressives in New Jersey to pass this bill. So that's one thing. But politically, in the governor's race and other races, I think we're seeing the popularity of this big time, where there's even talk now of giving every American, you guys included, $5,000 back. So talk about that. If affordability is going to be the issue in the governor's race, this would be prime country toward affordability.
Yeah, I do think it should be on the talking points for all governors, and it's governor candidates. And it's funny, I do find the Democratic candidates are starting to sound like they're favoring this bill too. So I'm hopeful that with the new governor, we could get this passed. There's tons of duplicative services that a new governor could look at. They could look across all the agencies and find ways in which they could find savings. And I think what's going on in the federal government, it's polling very well here in New Jersey. And you're right. If you're going to get up to a $5,000 check from the federal government because of the work done at the federal level by DOJ, I think that's going to be the expectation of the voters in this election cycle. And it would be my strong recommendation if these candidates want to be the governor, they better start talking about these examples, because I think that will secure them success in November.
Yeah, you've just ticked off some of the ones and the infrastructure of this, duplicative. The budget, it ought to be over when the meeting's over. You can't come back the next day. The average person in the street in Jersey is going, yeah, just do it. Mm-hmm. Maybe the impetus is here. But have you guys, the DoorDash one is one that I've gotten. These are the things that get people's attention. Let's face it, when Trump or Elon Musk say one of these things, like the condoms, which are in dispute, but, hummingbirds in Mozambique teaching them French, people go nuts because they realize it's there. How about in Jersey, Assembly Person DePhillips? Do you have any other examples like that? What have you seen in your career in the 7 or 8 years you've been there?
Well, Vicki and I just sat through an assembly session maybe 2 months ago where there was a $36 million project in West New York on the table. By the way, outside the budget process, just an up or down vote on a standalone bill. Their recreation building in that project was $3 million. Okay, every town in New Jersey would like to have a new recreation building, but the West New York building was $3 million. Part of a larger project that cost $36 million that no one could explain what it was and why it was needed. So you hear stories like that and people go crazy in New Jersey because we have the highest property taxes in the nation, the highest corporate business taxes in the nation. Then they hear President Trump earlier today saying, I want to give at least 20% back of the Doge saving to the people. That's what this is about. We should return this money to the property tax payers in New Jersey because their property taxes are astronomical. We need to return this money to the people. It's called property tax relief. And, you hear stories like with the pork barrel spending and people literally go crazy on both sides of the aisle, by the way. And I've had Democrats come up to me to say this Doge idea is a good idea for New Jersey. The question is, will they have the political courage to support it?
Well, what are they fearing? What's on the other side, other than the pork barrel and all that? Vicki Flynn, Assemblywoman, what's their argument? We played Jasmine Crockett today, the Congresswoman with the false eyelashes and the whole thing, saying, what's $5,000 to you? What are you going to do with $5,000? Surely they must have a better argument than that.
Yeah, I mean, the fact remains is that they're so out of touch with what matters to the voters and to the taxpayers. People are infuriated now when they're releasing some of these, items. And I know we're going to find them here in New Jersey if we actually had someone with leadership skills to get it done. And it would anger New Jerseyans. But we already know things that we spend money on that are ridiculous. I was thinking of an example in Asbury Park, a school that was closed. They reopened and spent money to rename it to the Obama school and then closed it again.
Oh, wait a minute. You see, that's the lead. Let's not bury the lead. You got a good one right there. Right there. Well, that's it. By the way, was there any DoorDash being delivered in the closing and re-closing?
I'm sure if we look close enough, we'll find DoorDash or Uber Eats somewhere. Yes. The Rutgers thing, I love that you're talking about it because my running mate, Declan O'Scanlan, he brings that up every single time we meet with Rutgers because it infuriates him and it infuriates all of us who are sending our kids there. I mean, Rutgers makes it difficult enough to attend at times. And the fact remains, then this DoorDash bill gets out there in public, as well as everything with the athletic department, the stadiums. I mean, you could go on, but yet we keep shoveling money into that school with no accountability. And that's the issue. And that's what the Republicans do every single budget cycle. We are trying to hold everyone accountable, and we need leaders in the executive branch that are going to do the same. And if we get a strong leader in there ready to do that, and I think we will, I think that the voters are going to require them to do it. And I'm thankful for Doge because I think they have woken up the voters to say enough is enough.
It has worked. And I think Snooki got $32,000. Am I right to speak there? Or was it 36?
Yeah, it was probably more, but Condoleezza Rice was disinvited, I'm a Rutgers alum, so I could bash them all I want.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not, but I'll do it anyhow. And I'm sure as somebody person to Phillips will too. So what is the name of the bill? What do people do to start contacting people that this is on the radar screen?
Yeah, so it's a resolution. It's Assembly Joint Resolution 213 that would bring Doge to New Jersey. One of the greatest things about the resolution is that it would be headed up by the state auditor, the committee, but it would include 20 members of the public. We've been talking on your show. We've been talking on your show about how the public responds to issues like this. They would have a seat at the table. They would be on the Doge committee in New Jersey, and they would help make recommendations back to the governor and the legislature for spending cuts. So that's one of the greatest elements of the bill is the public participation, because they know better than anyone what smells like waste, right? Apparently, the legislature can't do it on its own. The majority party can't do it on its own. Vicki and I and our colleagues, we could get it done. We're the ones, pressing for these spending cuts. But to have the public involved is unique and important. So
without a doubt, I could just
another
see
reason to support it.
I could just see people all over the place over coffee. Have you heard this one? Let's put that on. Oh my God, yes, this has to get into the governor's race and every day. We will stick on it. Please keep Dan in the loop as this continues. When you have something else you'd like to come back on again, and we'll be ready to go.
Sounds great.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. All right.
Thanks for having us.
Two Assembly people here on Talk Radio 1210. That last part. All right. The public. 20 members of the public involved in figuring this out. I mean, I write the DoorDash. I don't want even just the number. I want to see what they ordered. I want to see every day and every day of the week and what they ordered and twice on Sunday. People hear that. This is the type of thing. They grab the torches and they go out there. They vote. They want to do that. Yes, Henry.
No, I was just going to say they better have a winning record in the Big Ten. Be
well,
a
there you go. Right?
Next year.
Yeah. For 440,000. Well, that's what we would do. We compare it to Ohio State. At least they win. What's their DoorDash bill? What are they ordering? That's what I'd like to see. Somebody has those records too. Okay. Big 1 o'clock hour coming up. The bishops are now suing the U.S. Conference of Bishops, the Trump administration. We'll get into that coming up here on Talk Radio 1210.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, using only quality, certainteed roofing products, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Crews are still out tackling hotspots at the factory in Abington as the neighborhood returns to a little more sense of normalcy. Rivers Casino was briefly evacuated this morning for what officials say was a threat made on the complex. And there was a fire at a horse stable in Southwest Philly. Fortunately, all the horses are accounted for.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time, and if you can imagine, I got a lot of emails yesterday. I even have some people lined up saying no. They don't want to give those checks back. There's something fishy about that. Well, we have to legitimize that the money was actually returned or curtailed here in some way, shape, or form. And then $5,000. I mean, Johnny Mulligan, Johnny Z is listening at Mulligan's. We'll have the checks by then. Come there and spend. We played you that Jasmine Crockett. Can you imagine? Does the false eyelash incapacitate your brain power, do you think? Saying that somehow or another, what's $5,000 going to get you? All right. In the not a good look, then I'm coming to the calls department here. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops has sued yesterday, late Wednesday, the Trump administration over the loss of tens of millions of dollars in federal funding for its services for illegal migrants or aliens. The Catholic organization claims the loss of millions in U.S. taxpayer dollars is a violation of the Refugee Act of 1980. For decades, they say the U.S. government has chosen to admit refugees and outsource its statutory responsibility to provide those refugees with resettlement assistance to nonprofit like the U.S. Catholic Bishops Organization. But now, after refugees have arrived and been placed in the care of the bishops, the government is attempting to pull the rug out from under them. How does anyone then sit in the pew on Sunday, say here in Philadelphia, wherever, and drop into the collection basket with these guys? First of all, you know what the word is here. These are not refugees in many instances. We've been through this how many times? Look, if we were in some of these godforsaken places, the economy not good, and all the stuff we've talked about, you might try to flee to the United States. That doesn't mean that we should or could bring into the country millions of unvetted people who are not refugees, bishops. Under the Statutory Act, there are more people coming here for economic relief. So, you guys have a heck of a nerve that we don't want to care for refugees. How about if we send them to the Vatican with their 40-foot walls? How about if we do that? Imagine this organization that let Biden run wild and reap the benefit of being a devout Catholic and yet a devout aficionado of abortion on demand to any point in time. Now surfacing, they want their money. They need their money, and they're posturing that they are the ones that are on the moral upside here. And the Trump administration is not following its duty to them, to the country, and to refugees. So really, do they believe we have 11, 12 million, whatever the number, it's hard to calculate, coming in during the Biden years. Those were all refugees, or the lion's share were refugees. 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210. All right, you heard the New Jersey people. And again, let me put it to you this way. If we don't win the governor's race, and I'm going to have Robin Schaefer on, who's a real good friend, the Protect Our Shores, New Jersey. We got updates on the money there and everything else. I'm going to ask him, if we don't win the governor's race this time, I don't think I'm going to be able to blame that New Jersey's just a progressive state and they're idiots. I'm going to place more blame on the messaging and what's put out there, because we just had these two assembly people, unless I missed it, the leading Republicans running for governor. And if I have, I apologize, and come on and tell us. They ought to be all over this Doge idea. Just think about it. You heard some of the stuff they told me. Some of it's infrastructure, doesn't get people crazy. But you tell people at Rutgers, they're spending $440,000, and then you tell them the foods they're eating, lapping it up and all that. They're not going to take that. They're going to go nuts. You just got to dig and dig and dig and dig and get people telling you that have seen it, some of the most abusive parts of it. And then you need an eye. You need one that the test is you tell your friend, the average person, did you realize this? That's it. It becomes the face of the whole thing. I've heard some of these, quote, moderate Democrats running for governor. They're not really moderates. I'm talking about the ones who try to pose as that. Say affordability is the issue. Yes, and you're the guys that created it. This is tailor-made. And to tell the public there would be the possibility of getting money back, and at the same time, we'd have 20 members of the public on the board sniffing this stuff out. God, you know, I have people that call regularly and people that I know that are listeners. I would love to do that, and you probably would too. Imagine just seeing, hey, where are you going with that lobster? You know, come on. Get the records of that DoorDash stuff. Let's see what they ordered. You think when they're on the taxpayer dime, they're going, oh, we better just have, you know, just a moderate dinner here because that wouldn't look good? No, I don't think so. They're not going to go down that path. They're going to go down the path of let's do whatever the hell we want. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210. Also, I thought it was really yesterday by my count, but what the heck? It was the 1 month mark, 30-day mark of the Trump administration. They're celebrating it today, more briefing on 1 month in office. The highlight to me, and you may have a specific highlight, in broad terms is this. Even though it appears to be all over the place, a lot of action, Trump this time now knows more what he wanted to do, or his people around him, and it's more detailed. Do you remember he came in, there was a lot of bluster, the wall and all that stuff, but they didn't know where the bodies were buried in government and how to deal with them. This time around, it's been a more methodical approach. Still not methodical enough for me, but okay. They're doing stuff that's more methodical. And this morning, so I don't forget, or late last night, Pete Hegseth said he wants an 8% cut in the military budget over the next 5 years, meaning 8% for 5 straight years. They're missing a boat. Get at the military budget. You'll bring a lot of people on board to say, hey, these guys are consistent. They're not letting the military get away with it. They apparently want to get rid of a lot of people in the Pentagon, which when I was there, I don't know there were that many colonels and generals in the whole military. You know, it's a place that just reeks of excess. All right, those are a few things. Let's go to Joe in Bordentown. And Joe, you're in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Afternoon, Dom.
Afternoon, Joe.
I'd like to tell you about my experience. I was an engineer for the NJDOT for 30 years.
Okay.
And we had the most efficient department in the state of New Jersey because 90% of the funding came from the feds to build the interstates.
Okay.
And then Hazel Gluck was appointed the commissioner, and she was going to run for governor, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we only had a commissioner and an assistant commissioner, right, to deal with everything. She got in there. We had a commissioner, 4 assistant commissioners. They had 2 separate press departments, and they hired all these consultants to use our data to build roads. And, so we had turned into the downtown Trenton Deadwood while I was there.
Sure. This is, it's rife all over the place. Joe, what I would charge us to assembly people with, though, they made a good argument, as you are, about the infrastructure and what changes. They need to come up with a few more zingers like the DoorDash bill. There's got to be some out there. All you have to do is hit these people in Jersey because they're ripe now. The tide is turning a bit here. We should win this. If we don't, I'm going to blame the Republican Party, not just how progressive Jersey is. Everything is ripe to win. All right, Joe, what's your side?
Mine would be macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That's comfort food. All right, Bill in Bucks has something on the Midas touch. Bill, stay right there. I'm coming to you next. How in the world did they beat Joe Rogan suddenly last week by that number of downloads? I mean, it was over 8 million. I mean, he's still a force. That's incredible. How are these guys getting over 50 million? Just anti-Trump stuff. What is the secret sauce here? I think Bill has listened to them. Maybe I just heard it. I didn't have a chance to listen to an hour or whatever to dissect it. But how is that possible all of a sudden? Trump is popular.
Watching Donald Trump put these spineless Republicans through humiliation ritual after humiliation ritual is a sight to behold. I mean, he breaks these people, and for what? He's so utterly weak. They're afraid he's going to post on social media. I mean, what does he have over them?
Now, Dan, that doesn't have the vibe, but it does. I was going to say that. That's what I had heard. Stephanie Rolls says it sounds like Long Island Bros. Not to me. That guy sounds like he's in Washington, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. So what's the secret sauce here? Other than Trump is good for business. He's good for our business. He's good for the other side's business, sort of. You know what I mean? It's just all-encompassing. I got to know, though, how do you knock Joe Rogan? And I wonder if we can – I'll look it up, too. Where is Kylie Kelsey on this? Is she in third place still? How do you explain that phenomena as far as national podcast? Dan, I think you're –
I don't know if this is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at their YouTube channel.
Right.
And where's their most popular? I want to find their most popular video because okay, well, 3 weeks ago they had one that had 4.6 million views.
Right.
But one that they posted 14 hours ago, 81,000 views. Yeah.
There's a disconnect here. Something funny with this.
Yeah, I don't. It just I don't know where this number. What do you know? Which list this is coming off of? Did it say?
It's called Pod. Yeah, I have it here somewhere. It's called.
This is a cumulative addition of all the different platforms.
No, this is just the podcast for the week, and it's called Podscribe.
All right,
they're the arbiter, and they have the number downloads like 48.6 million for Rogan, and the Midas Touch. 56 million downloads.
Okay.
That's stunning.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm saying those numbers are crazy big. I don't know where they're getting those numbers because I'm looking at the videos here and like let's look at something that was posted. So these are clips though, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, they're clips. Okay.
So if you add them all together, you're getting 1.5, I guess, for the day between all their clip videos. But if you look at some of the numbers from Rogan over there on YouTube, 7 days ago, he had an interview with a guy named Adam Curry, 1 million. 8 days ago, Mike Ben's interview has 2.3 million. So I guess makes sense when you add it all together.
But hearing that guy, it's not what I expected when I read this morning.
Yeah, I'm with
He sounds like a typical Washington, raw Trump and all.
So you expecting him to have like this New York accent?
Yeah, I expected the New York accent. The guys are throwing back
three
beers
bros
and
with backwards hats on.
Yeah, right. Saying Trump's not going to tell me this. What do you think, Louis?
Essentially, the
that kind of stuff.
Pat McAfee of politics is what I was expecting.
That's it exactly.
I mean,
you captured it.
mean tweet, mean post alert. It's like grow up and stand up. But they don't. I mean, here, watch this. You've got the MAGA Republican senator. I wouldn't say he was MAGA, but he is now. The Senate Republican leader, Senator Thune. Here he's asked about Ukraine. Are you concerned that Donald Trump is calling Zelensky
and 56
a
million
dictator,
people. I got to hear John
and Trump
Thune.
is blaming
We're not
Ukraine
John
for
Thune,
Russia's
never.
unlawful invasion?
God.
Thune used to be viewed as like a moderate guy, more of a centrist, a quote-unquote normal Republican. Not anymore. Watch this word salad of a response he gives. Here, play this clip.
You have long supported Ukraine, aid to Ukraine. Are you at all concerned about the president's rhetoric?
Who is listening to
It sounds like the Tom Giordano program for liberals.
Wait a minute, that's a slur. Stop it now.
Well, he does like a monologue and he throws it on a clip.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, the guy just doesn't have the sound that I want to hear.
No, he does not, no.
All right, we have two phenomena, Stan. Which one is more unexplainable, that or Gutfeld being called Tom Wolfe today by Variety and dwarfing all the others, and particularly with younger viewers? Henry, are you a fan of Gutfeld at 10 o'clock? No. Dan is anathema, and I don't see it either. And I know some of the people on there, and I just don't see it.
Watch that show when someone funny actually hosts it, not Greg Gutfeld.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And it's actually good. It's good. But when
the concept is good of Fox.
I don't even know if I want to blame the writers anymore. I might just blame Greg Gutfeld for being an awkward individual without any good comedic timing.
He's weird. Yeah.
He is.
Not quirky, just weird. All right, if you're a Gutfeld fan of the 10 o'clock show, that's what we're talking about. As a writer, I think he's pretty funny. I mean, I've read his stuff. He's pretty funny.
So what is he the top of? Like what? Just
he
late
beats
night?
all the late night show. He's the king of late nights.
Okay, so that's a low bar. That bar is on the floor. It's practically through the tiles right now.
I mean, he sometimes beats all of them put together. How do you explain that?
Late night stinks.
Well, okay, that's one theory. 855-839-1210.
That guy Joe that sometimes does his show, super awkward guy.
He is very good.
He's hilarious.
Yeah, he's good.
Or Kat Timpf. Even when Kat does it, I love when
Not a fan.
No,
Check the
she's
hair.
funnier than Greg.
Check the hair. Dan, it's excruciating. I'm doing an hour show, and she's coming in, putting in falls for like an hour and a half that I'm there waiting to go on and do the show.
She's a funny person, though. Like she's got good delivery compared to Greg.
Yeah, I can go with that. Then there's Roe loves Tyrus. And
really?
I don't, I just think it's the same preaching.
Tyrus exudes the
preachy type of thing.
Well, it's
in a
just
different voice.
like I watch so much wrestling that when you have someone with good charisma, you can recognize
Right.
who the good wrestlers with good charisma are. And Tyrus has never been able to exude charisma in the ring, so I guess that just kind of biases my thoughts of him on Fox News because I just don't see his charisma.
He's saying what conservatives want, though. There's that. All right, 855-839-1210. False eyelashes, falls, Gutfeld, and how are these Midas Touch guys getting 56 million downloads? We'll find out with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money. Because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Get ready. Friday, March 21st. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. We will be live from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. with special guests, surprises, and fun. Plus, hear stories about how your donations to the Travis Manion Foundation go directly toward empowering veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth, find healing, and unite communities through service. Listen Friday, March 21st, beginning 6 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Thank you to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears, and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you want experts you can trust working on your car, United Tire and Service is the place for you. They always take the time to get to know you and your car, and United Tire has made February the best month to save on tires. The birds won it all, so you can save big now. Through February 28th, you save the total points of the game off a set of 4 tires. What a great way to celebrate. Schedule at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Before I take any more calls, so Stephen Miller, who really the other day it was a tour de force on CNN against Breonna Taylor, who's one of their tougher people. I know you may not agree, but I think she is. Just talked at the White House, the celebration of 1 month of Trump, about the administration and crime. And this is the real big brain guy here, but on his feet. He's very good. Here's what Stephen Miller said about the issue of crime.
I've lost my tab. Give me 1 sec, Dom.
All right.
Quick second here. Where did that go?
All right. Also, Bill, I'm coming to you in a second here on the Midas Touch Boys, Manny, Mo, and 56 million. All right, let's hear. Here's Stephen Miller.
And I want to just thank you all for joining today our 1 month celebration of the most historic opening to a presidency in American history. No president comes close to what Donald Trump has achieved over just the last 30 days. He has packed 8 years of transformative action, restoring this nation, restoring our laws, restoring fairness, restoring economic opportunity, restoring national security in just 1 month. No one in this country has ever seen anything like it. And when you look at the consequences of the most historic and the significance and the transformative nature of the actions he's taking, it truly defies description. For example, in just one area, this nation has been plagued and crippled by illegal discrimination, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. It's strangled our economy. It has undermined public safety. It has made every aspect of life more difficult, more painful, and less safe. He has ended all DEI across the federal government. He has terminated all federal workers involved in promulgating these unlawful policies. He has ended diversity, equity, and inclusion in all federal contracting. He has restored merit as the cornerstone of all federal policy, restored the full, fair, impartial enforcement of our federal civil rights laws for the first time in generations.
All right, there's a little bit of Stephen Miller celebrating. Okay, let's go to Bill in Bucks County on Talk Radio 1210. So, Bill, tell us about the Midas Touch. Have you listened?
Oh, yeah, I watch it now and then. I watch it often. I've been watching for several months, and I think his new popularity, his name is Midas, and it's not spelled the same way as King Midas.
Exactly.
But he's got a lot of fresh material every day that he could use. And, just last night, Trump's on Air Force One doing a gaggle with reporters at 10 o'clock at night. I mean, it's incredible the things that he says,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
really.
the
And
presentation.
I'm a conservative Republican.
No, I just heard it, and I don't hear anything. Rogan, I get the difference, even though I'm not really a fan. I think it's overblown. But this, I don't hear anything here, Bill, other than it's anti-Trump, and there's an appetite for that.
Right. Well, I mean, we all know the things that Trump says, are a little bit off the wall from time to time, I mean,
there's a lot of
Zelensky
material,
being
but
a dictator, blah, blah, blah. You know.
But I don't hear any comedic touch or anything that's, conspiratorial. Usually that's what works.
No, he's very negative, obviously, and it's anti-Trump. He's hardcore. He's hard left. What can I say?
And
I just like to listen to him, to Steve, the crazy things that he's saying.
Tell me what you have on the side, Bill.
Oh, the side question. By the way, I did want to say I'll use my $5,000 check to buy some dozen eggs or so. Anyway. Chicken noodle soup is my comfort.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to beat. Let me squeeze Sean and Atco in here on the Midas Touch. All right, Sean, what's your take on it?
Dom, I think it's a million of his regular listeners and 52 million conservatives texting links to their buddies going, you got to hear this crap.
So you think it's a conservative outfit, but it's dry. You know what I mean? It's not anything to get the juices going. If I'm doing an antitrust, I'm going to have like Jasmine Crockett putting on her eyelashes there. Stuff like this. Give me something.
Does the data show you how long they listen? That's the main thing. People who listen to Rogan's podcast are listening to the whole thing. They might be giving this guy 2 seconds and getting credit for a download.
Yeah, but still, I got to say, Sean, if you're right, 56 million downloads. Wow.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, thanks very much. Here's a cut asking Hakeem Jeffries how Republicans can be shamed for supporting Trump.
What's going on with your Republican colleagues, though? They pretend that they support Zelensky, but then when it comes down to it, they're spineless and they're supporting Donald Trump, who's, doing what you just saw there. I mean, is there a way to what can we do? Is there a way to shame these Republicans? How do we call them out? Whenever they're asked about it, they're always like, oh, we never heard what he said.
Part of the problem is that we're dealing with a group of people in the House Republican Conference and over in the Senate where for far too many of them, facts don't matter. Hypocrisy is not a constraint to their behavior. They'll say one thing and then do something entirely different. And many of them have actually come to the conclusion that their shamelessness is a superpower.
Riveting. All right, I can see this 56 million out there, and you got Hakeem Jeffries on there. Wow. You have AOC on there. I can understand. But Hakeem Jeffries? This is boilerplate. Maybe Sean's right. Maybe they're listening for 30 seconds and sending out a link or something like that and mocking us.
I am shameless, man.
All right. Coming up, our buddy Robin Schaefer, Protect Our Coast, all this Doge stuff and the governor's race, but also the money that was spent How does that play out in the governor's? The money that was spent now for nothing right here, near here in Philadelphia, to build all this stuff and to continue the process. Are people aware of that? That's straight ahead here on Talk Radio 1210.
Once before, but it's not like that anymore.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. In a world full of uncertainty, Colonial Hyundai is cutting through the noise with a trade war of our own. Here at Colonial, we're offering you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. No one gives you more for your trade. No stress, no games, just fast, easy, better. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. We currently have over 200 vehicles in stock, Tucsons, Santa Fe's, Konas, and for a limited time, drive home a new Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $119 per month. That's right. Just $119 per month. Buy, trade, or upgrade. It's the Colonial way. And remember, nobody trumps a Colonial deal. Get the most for your car today. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with a 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2025 Elantra SEL Sport. 12,000 miles a year for 24 months. $5,999 down plus first month's payment, tax, motor vehicle fees, and doc fee. In stock vehicles only. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires February 28, 2025.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platform.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Weather is sponsored by Meineke.
An upper-level disturbance will move through the region today, bringing more clouds and the chance for some snow showers during the afternoon and evening. The coating is possible in some spots. It'll turn windy with a high near 30. Very cold tonight, becoming partly cloudy, breezy, low near 20. And for Friday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds, not as cold, but still windy with a high 38.
When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano. So if we win the governor's race in Jersey, why is that? I think the tide is turning. It's ready to turn. And one of the things early on, it's been the last couple of years we've talked about with our friend Robin Schaefer, Protect Our Coast, where the windmills, the whales started, the emotion around that. But that continues to open some people up to how far away Jersey is from reality. And with the recent developments where it's been stopped for further study, I think it's been stopped now, at least during the Trump years, what about all the infrastructure? How big are these things? How much should they cost? Where are they?
They are huge.
Yeah, it's stunning.
Can I tell you something real quick?
Yes.
Me and Maisie, we were just driving around one day, and we stumbled upon, we were driving along the Delaware River, stumbled upon an enormous, it was land that looked like it was a former port, but with enormous, round things on them, and they turned out to be parts of these windmills. And now they're just sitting there rusting away. Nobody's working on them because of this. And Robin had a great post. He wants to know, what do we do with all that land? Because there's a lot of land there. And maybe suggest, how about a SpaceX launch site?
All right. How about shooting down the drones from there? I'm so onto the drones. That's what I would opt for. Let's go to Robin Schaefer. Hey, Robin, welcome in. Thanks for joining us. Give us your best sense of the enormity that Dan saw. I've only seen pictures of it.
And where exactly was I when I saw those things?
Was it Gloucester?
Hey, great to be back on with you guys, Dom, Dan. So much has happened since the last time I was on with you guys. And I got to say, Dan sent a picture to me, and I've seen pictures from other sites. Especially if you see people standing next to these, they're called monopiles. They're enormous 700-ton steel towers. They were on their side. They've been delivered from steel plants in other countries because, of course, none of this was going to be constructed using materials from the United States. Even the labor, most of the labor was going to come from overseas. So all the politicians, Phil Murphy and Steve Sweeney and all the politicians, Andy Kim, et cetera, who were all in favor of these projects, who talked about all the good paying union jobs, that was all BS. I mean, total BS. But ever since Donald Trump waved the white flag, he did the exact opposite. He signed the executive order on Inauguration Day. It's Governor Hare that waved the white flag. He has basically given in. We saw a Danish company, Ørsted, pull out a couple years ago, and then Shell pulled out more recently out of Atlantic Shores, offshore wind development. Offshore wind is dead. We just need to put the final nails in the coffin in New Jersey. But what we're left with are all these relics, all these monuments to the stupidity of the people that had control of the purse and were able to put these plans into action. Governor Murphy and the Democrats in the Assembly and on the Senate side were going to give Ørsted, a Danish company, $1 billion. Fortunately, that never actually happened because the wind company from Denmark pulled out and ran for the hills because of the opposition that was so strong in New Jersey. But Phil Murphy was still able to spend $637 million of our tax money to build something called the wind port. And this is just a fraction of the amount of money that's been spent on this industry, but $637 million to build this enormous port with looks like a big aircraft hangar on the Delaware Bay or Delaware River. And we just put out a post this week suggesting, as the state looks for alternative uses for this facility, that we might be able to provide them with some ideas. Dom, are you set? Are you all set for your storage of your Dom Giordano show helicopter and jet airplane?
It does look like a nice place for a helipad.
Well, that's right. Greg Stocker is supposed to be getting back to me. I know there have been meetings on that, and there's some dispute about the pilot. Who would that be? And what Dan's demands are, which have been rejected. Dan doesn't know that. I'm just making that public. Yes.
But we've had a lot of good suggestions from different folks. Somebody suggested maybe a dental academy could go in there, help fix any governor that happens to run the state.
Yes.
Help fix
there's a good view of the skyline from there, right? How about
absolutely.
76ers new stadium?
Oh, that's
there
right.
You
yes.
go.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
Prime real estate right on the water there. The people could pull up in their private boats and dinghies to go to the Sixers games.
Yeah, an amphitheater as well.
Now, Robin, do you have a sense? We just had the Doge people on, these two assembly people doing a great job starting this boondoggle, auditing this. You know, you guys have been on top of it, but actually the innards of it, of all the money that went into this, has to be enormous. Is all this playing out, and you satisfied? Because I'm not, but I'm not looking at it day to day in the governor's race. Are Republicans taking this national urge over Doge and using it in New Jersey? Do they have plans to do that?
At least on one side of the equation. The other side is silent right now, and quite frankly, they're going to run as far away.
Yeah, I meant among the Republicans. You think they're doing a good job on this?
I think they could probably talk about it more, to be honest with you. I think that they are committed to cutting spending at the state level.
Right.
I think that we need to push a little bit harder, push them to talk about it a little bit more, because the New Jersey budgets have become so bloated under
right.
Phil Murphy, even since, Chris Christie. And I was just looking at a graph that showed the academic testing results for New Jersey students from 2017 to the present versus the amount of spending per pupil at the state level, and the graphs have gone in opposite directions.
Yeah, it's enormous. It's enormous. Robin, one other area here. Would you give us the website, because we're not out of the woods yet? Yeah. Your organization, it's ongoing. It's a player in this governor's race, et cetera. Where do people go?
Go to protectourcoastnj.com. They can also visit us on X. They can visit us on Facebook. We'll also be at the Atlantic City Boat Show from the 26th of February to March 2nd. Come by and visit us at our booth there, and we'd love to talk to folks about it. This is far from over. We're fighting hard in New England, and we're fighting hard against the offshore wind projects that are going in off of Virginia as well, because there are still some projects ongoing, and we won't stop until every bit of this machinery is out of the water.
Thank you, Robin. We'll catch you up soon. Dan, thanks for that excursion. Maisie, once again, we have to give her an executive producer title, helping out with the show.
Maisie's jaw was on the ground at the size of these things.
Yeah, God. I've only seen the pictures.
Enormous.
Yeah, it is. And
they're photo op. That's all they are.
When they shattered Nantucket, some of the stuff, the residue that was left in the waters there, and that's some of the priciest places in the country, they're still cleaning it up. All right. 2 o'clock, we're going to talk with the people that went after Rowan University about this poster, Make Jersey Red. Can Jersey become red? It's on its way. Your calls and more coming up on Talk Radio 1210. Let's talk about Dr. Benso for a moment. Just a reminder, because February is American Heart Month. It's a great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating healthfully, heart-friendly foods, and also being mindful of your dental health. Did you know, for example, that plaque buildup can actually lead to bacteria growth, which sometimes can lead to conditions like endocarditis or arteriosclerosis? So now's a great time to get to the bottom of all that, to get great care. My dentist, board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Now, Dr. Bentz works with hundreds of patients to not only improve their smiles and confidence, but to get to the root causes, maximize their oral health, which helps improve your overall health. So if you have concerns about anything, looking for a dentist, you've heard me talk about Dr. Benson, you're ready to strike, well, now's the time to do it. Get that initial evaluation with Dr. Bentz. Call him at 610-272-6949 or visit the website bentzdentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Oh, mornings. Some people love them.
Okay, you have everything for your math test. And Mom, you have my lunch.
Some people hate them.
Everybody get in the car. Go, go, go.
We've all got to do them. Good thing Wawa's up and ready for you every morning. With fresh coffee, hot sizzlies, and fast, friendly service to keep your morning moving right along. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Why settle for any meal deal when you can have one you really want? Wawa's $5 Big Breakfast Deal gets you any sizzling breakfast sandwich, any size and flavor hot or iced coffee, plus a hash brown, all for just $5. Any sizzling, any coffee, plus a hash brown. It's the $5 Big Breakfast Deal, and Wawa made it big just for you. Big taste, big value. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and rideshares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including online purchases. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit-cards. Subject to credit approval, insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you. Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of Cherry Hill is celebrating President's Day all month long by offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
Offers only for new installations through February 28th.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Let's go, baby. It's that time of the week where I, Henry Machette, take you through the wide world of sports, particularly what's happening in Philadelphia. So, Dom, kicking it off. Last week, we touched a little bit on the Four Nations tournament.
Exactly.
Four Nations tournament was replacing this year's NHL All-Star Game format, and it's been a smash hit.
Amazing.
Quite literally. So it's a round-robin tournament between the Four Nations, USA, Canada, Sweden, and Finland. Tonight will be the championship game, a rematch of one of the round-robin games between the United States and the Canadian team. Now, there's a lot of bad blood out there, obviously being the border rivals, Trump even putting a little political
well, that's the
pressure
most.
on
I think that's a lot more of it.
Oh,
Hell
totally,
yeah.
with the
Yeah.
tariffs, and we're going to be our 51st state and all that. But you know what? It really got cooking Tuesday night when they first met, because two of the American players, Brady and Matthew Tkachuk, texted a third American player, JT Miller, saying, hey, start of the game, let's drop gloves, let's beat the you-know-what out of them. And that's exactly what they did, getting in 3 fights in 10 seconds and ultimately winning the game.
Wait, this was pre-planned?
It's pre-planned.
JT Miller, is he a Canadian or an American?
He's an American. These are 3 Americans. Yes, 3 Americans. They all texted each other before the game, let's beat the you-know-what out of the Canadians.
Dom, do you support it?
No, I don't support it.
Oh, why not?
Look,
They're fighting in hockey. It makes it great.
No, it doesn't. It shows you that that's all that it is, really.
And
No, it's not. It's the pride of the country coming out and spilling over onto the ice.
I was hoping they were asking Trump to go there tonight. He's speaking to the governors, though, and I thought he would tell the governors, I'll be back by 10 o'clock or something to speak tonight. He's not going.
Oh,
and I thought
on.
he missed an unbelievable opportunity. It's in Boston, so it should have been easy, right?
Yeah, it should have been. And you're looking at the first gold medal, first place match, however you want to look at it, between the Americans and Canadians since the 2010 Olympic final, which Canada won in overtime. I remember that game dearly. It was horrible.
I just want to underline, too, there's been so much talk that this is the best hockey people are saying, especially international hockey, because we're using NHL rules, which means it's a lot lesser than the European rules that they usually play international hockey under.
Right.
So it's faster paced, there's more fighting, and that's why you're seeing that U.S.-Canada rivalry just explode.
Well, one thing, and I know we're going to talk about this versus the NBA All-Star team, the shame of it, hearing my friend Spike Eskin, they were saying on the WIP yesterday that they think if we had the internationals versus the Americans would lose in basketball.
Totally. I 100% agree
That's
with that.
I'm never accepting that. That's irrationality. Okay,
Best
we
player
need
in
a
the league
complete
is foreign.
get me involved in this. We can't beat these soft European players. Soy is their pregame meal. Come on.
Well, they have Jokic, Doncic.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're talking about the world, they
Wembanyama.
have Embiid, Wembanyama. I mean, we
Well,
have to see where
Embiid has American citizenship.
We'll see where
so
his
I'm
allegiance
counting.
lies in that game.
Well, I really don't want him at this point either, but that's another story.
Yeah,
but do you say this is hope for an all-star type of thing here, right?
Yeah. So we'll switch up here gears. We'll talk about the other All-Star game that happened this week in the NBA. Dom, let me ask you, on Sunday night, did you watch the NBA All-Star Game or did you watch the SNL 50th anniversary show?
Neither really. I dabbled with the SNL, but no, not the NBA.
Well,
it's not even anywhere near basketball.
How are the ratings?
It's abysmal. It's they're going to have to do something like we just said. I've heard them say they want to play one-on-one. One-on-one's great, but not on TV. After a while, it would be boring.
It's a tough watch, and this was an even tougher watch because I was pretty much sick in bed Sunday night. I needed something to throw on. It was SNL or this. I made the bad decision of watching the NBA All-Star Game. In a 3-hour window here, there was only 42 minutes of actual game time being played.
Wow. That's another thing
Because they
that's
deployed their own tournament, which was another 4 teams, but their issue was that they're playing games to 40. No one wants to see NBA players play a game to 40. No one has a good stat line when you're playing games to 40.
Right.
And when you have all this time, elapsing between these games, no one cares anymore. You lose interest. And I think it's an incredible juxtaposition between where the two leagues are in terms of getting people to watch their sport.
Let me insert this, too, because it's on my mind. I mentioned the robo-ump today. They're telling me it's not that way. You go to the robo-ump.
Yeah, I was going to
there's
hit on that a little bit.
But ultimately, they want to do a robo-ump. That's bad.
No, I agree because it takes away the art of catching, the framing, setting up. it takes away all that little
and it takes
part of
the
baseball.
arguing and fun. And who doesn't like a guy that comes out and pours dirt on an umpire and jumps up and down and all? Come on.
My gosh, you knew it was going to be a great time when Charlie Manuel walked out of that dugout to get his money's worth.
Exactly right. So no to that. No AI, no robo-umpire.
But I'm okay with this rule they're implementing, which is in that moment you have to decide, all right, I'm challenging this. I think that was a ball, instead of it being a strike.
I like that.
I like that.
I liked it. Yeah.
But once we go full robo-umps, no, I'm with you. No bueno.
All right, early prediction. We're not even in spring training, but we may forget in the next sports segment next Thursday with Henry. The Phillies this year, what happens regular season? Pretty good?
Regular season, it's going to be a tough sledding with the Braves. They're going to be healthy again. They're going to be reloaded, recharged. And the Mets, had the biggest signing of the offseason in Juan Soto, giving him a 15-year deal. It's going to be the toughest division in baseball, I think. It's going to be a 3-horse race because the other two teams aren't going to do much. Especially
a lot of pitching with the Phillies, though. And over the
Phillies.
year, I think that's going to be consequential.
Is it World Series or bust?
Yeah,
No.
of course.
Oh,
it is.
wow.
Yeah. I mean, how many years do they get to pass these guys?
I understand, but baseball is very finicky, especially when you're chasing a team like the Dodgers, which is they have all but guaranteed there's going to be a collective bargaining shutdown in the near future. Just the way they've skirted the salary, restrictions and all that.
Well, they ought to be able to pay whatever they want. I'm on board with that.
But do you agree with deferring payments? Like they
Yeah,
did
of
with
course.
Ohtani?
Whatever
All
you
right.
do to put. If I want Borowski, I'm going to put Borowski out there.
All right, that's fair.
Okay.
I'll take payments
Thank you,
deferred.
Henry. Coming up, we're going to talk. Well, maybe I don't. We're going to talk with the guy leading the charge in the story we told you about over at Rowan University, where they put out this Students for Palestine poster. The university says no after complaints. You're preaching violence, which it is. And then they renege on that and say, all right, we're going to let them do it. It's bigger than that. It's the First Amendment. We'll talk with the guy on that, Dom's Money Melody, and also a bunch of other things to update you on from the White House today on Talk Radio 1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. What a turn of events. We've seen yesterday, we saw these Israelis receiving back from Hamas the remains, the coffins of toddlers and a mom. We've seen this all too much, right? And yet we have people in this country, even post October 7th, who not only support these animals, but they want to be mainstreamed in doing it, among other things. One of them, the biggest one on college campuses, is Students for Palestine. So over at Rowan University, and I think our guest was somebody who helped at some way, shape, or form to propel this forward a bit. He's a member of the Facebook group Make NJ Red, helped to lead the effort against Rowan, Students for Justice in Palestine, after this violent poster was displayed as their greeting card. Come and join us. He's been involved in local politics, recently ran for the Voorhees School Board. And the bottom line is this. The university did the right thing, and they suspended, I guess, for now, the Students for Justice in Palestine group. And then they put them back in under pressure from an alleged First Amendment group that won't come on my show, even though they came on multiple times before, because we differ over this. So the broader issue is, I think this is interesting. Is this First Amendment? Is this really First Amendment? Does the First Amendment allow groups like these Students for Justice in Palestine that continued to engage in what they did on college campuses, harassment, threats, and a violent poster? We'll ask our guest to describe it, and you see if it passes the test. And remember, Rowan did not suspend students. They suspended the group, which gets student fees and money and gets the sense of being mainstream. Students for Justice in Palestine is not a mainstream group to me, probably to you. Let's go to Eric Simpkin here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Eric, thank you very much, and thanks for being one of the people who brought this to public attention.
Thank you very much for having me, Dom. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to bring this to light, and that's really my ultimate goal in my activities. I'm just really a dad that wants to provide the best place to live for my children, for my family, and really for all families. And I view these types of groups and activities as the antithesis to that.
So,
yeah,
Eric, where does it stand now? So they suspended or were going to investigate, and then they put them back in because of this group fire that I was talking about. Where does it stand now with Rowan?
Where it stands right now, according to the Dean of Students, his name is Kevin Coet. He's very responsive to me, by the way. I've spoken to him several times on several other topics and issues over the last year or so. But originally, he just said, we're going to investigate it. And then I thought about it after our conversation. I said, well, I really need you to articulate in writing what your assurances are going to be that's going to maintain safety for the students there, a total lack of intimidation of those students, because that's how these groups are winning, because not enough people are aware of what their antics, tactics, and objectives are. And we see it all the time in the news, in other areas, but it's right here at our doorstep here in South Jersey. And as of right now, on I believe it was the 18th, they were reinstated to be recognized as a student government organization. So when I first approached Dr. Coet, and he told me that, hey, we're just going to, the meeting, we can't stop and all this stuff, I thought about it, and I sent him back an email. And that email basically said, if this was a white supremacist group with a picture of a noose on a poster saying, come to our meeting, let's see, and hear our views, or a Hamas or a ISIS flag, saying, hey, we hate America, death to America, because it's not just a Jewish issue. This is an anti-American group. And unfortunately, if you're talking about, the two children, the mother and an elderly man, Mr. Lifshitz, and the Bibas family being returned in coffins with the celebrations that you're seeing with Rejoice and music playing of celebration, it's basically saying that the pro-Palestinian movement. And the word Palestinian, by the way, phonetically, there's not even a P sound in Arabic. So, there's issues there, but let's leave it what we're calling it for now. And, what's happened is that the word pro-Palestinian really equates to neo-Nazism because they want to hurt and destroy people that were born a certain way. When they came in on October 7th, they didn't say, let's go find the Democrats, let's go find the Republicans in Israel. They said, let's go kill Jews. So when you do that, that's genocide. There's been no genocide going the other way. In 1967 or 1948, let's say, there was 25,000 refugees that left the land of Israel, which is currently the land of Israel. And now there's 2 million. So there's been no genocide. There's been a defense of our sovereignty and our safety in Israel and abroad. And we look
Okay,
at what's
Eric,
going on,
I wanted to come back
Yeah.
to this too. Devil's advocate here. So, Fire, Dan and I were shocked. They alerted us to this. That's why we knew. And they were celebrating that they got Rowan to reinstate this group. So, again, no individuals were kicked out of Rowan. By reinstatement, they get student fees, they get office space, and they get the tacit endorsement. They're a mainstream group, which you and I agree they are not. So what do you say to those who say, though, clearly, even though I think this is agitating for violence, this picture with the kid, with the man with the slingshot, and we know the intifada and where that came from, that is protected speech. That's First Amendment protected speech, and the college essentially has to let them in there.
Hate speech is not protected under the United States Constitution. I carry around a copy of that Constitution in my pocket because every time I feel like our rights are being infringed upon, I read it to make sure whether I'm on the right or wrong side of it.
Mm-hmm.
And hate speech has never been and never will be protected under the First Amendment. And
Well, what are you defining as hate speech, though?
Hate speech is a graphic of, a depiction of David versus Goliath, for example, which is really what that means. The million people that were hurling stones to kill Israelis in 1993, that graphic itself. And hate speech is, from the river to the sea. That just means a total eradication of not just the land of Israel, because there is land in Israel, but Israel represents also the people of Israel, and that's all Jewish people.
So you're saying
across
this is
the
a
world.
call to violence, extermination, genocide?
In many, many cases, I have not been to any too many peaceful protests that are occurring, and I've been to many. And, as we've seen on the news, they're not peaceful. I mean, we just look at Brooklyn, 2 nights ago.
Right.
That was a protest. If you show me examples of a group sitting around and singing Kumbaya, one of these things, okay, but I haven't seen that at any of the encampments. And when they go and flush out the encampments, what do they find? And this is a national group that's disseminating this information, graphics, and toolkits. They actually have a toolkit and teaching children these students, in this case, how to be activists. Now, if my kids at college and that's what they're learning about, I will tell you that I would take them right out of the school because I didn't send my kids to college to learn how to be activists. I told them I want them to learn how to be productive members of a society. And so from a freedom of speech perspective, your freedom of speech stops at my nose. And when it affects my ability to my peaceful enjoyment of my life, and I don't just mean me, I mean for all people, that's where the First Amendment stops and civil rights, infractions begin.
Well, I think that's
ago.
been litigated, maybe not in court, but we saw the 3 college presidents, 2 of them are out, et cetera, talking about what happened on college campuses and trying to say, I guess, what about freedom of speech? And that was rejected, just as you said, that right ends where we're stressing violence, attacks, harassment, mainly upon people they think are Jewish, but it could be upon Americans also. So, Eric, what would you like to see done now? What happens next?
The next step is for people that literally have a pulse and a brain and understand that there's something wrong. The easiest way to activate yourself is to make phone calls and emails to the people that are holding the purse strings, from a funding perspective, Rowan shouldn't be giving a penny to any organization that's infringing on the comfort and the ability for any student or any other person, for that matter, to be walking around campus.
Well, let me go back, Eric. I'm sorry to interrupt, but let's go back and play it out. Since Fire wouldn't come on with me, which is shocking, they're a First Amendment group, I'll be the devil's advocate with you and saying, Eric, don't they have a right to put this type of stuff up? Does that really put you in fear? Don't you have to grow up a bit here and deal with the fact they're just expressing a point of view?
All right, so you have a seed that you want to plant, and you plant the seed, and then you water it, you cultivate the soil, and eventually it grows into a plant, and then further on spores come, and birds and stuff come and spread those, and then there become trees and a forest, and eventually, we're not just talking about the seedling of First Amendment protected speech. We're talking about massive infiltration of people's freedoms by allowing that seed to grow into something bigger. I was told, well, it's only a few students. They're not really doing anything. We don't know what they're doing and what they're talking about. There's no I'm not in the room to know. I mean, who do I trust? Me, that's who, to make that determination, but I can't be. So, unfortunately, you don't know till you know. This same group, by the way, is having outside influencers, not from the college, because they're the same group of people on the Instagram page that also initiated a student walkout for Palestine at the Eastern Regional High School in Voorhees, New Jersey.
Remember
last year.
that? Yeah.
And and they showed up. It was actually a 36-year-old man, that's influencing these children. I mean, I could tell you this: a 36-year-old man is talking to my child that's under 18. I think that's a problem. So,
all right.
No,
so Eric, then who should people contact at Rowan then?
The Dean of Admissions, his name is Kevin Coet. I think that his email address has something like a dean of students at rowan.edu. And P.S., Mr. Rowan that left that $100 million endowment, he was a devout Christian. And I asked the dean, I said, how do you think Mr. Rowan would feel about his endowment being used to perpetuate this? And that's when they did take action. So you have to know what the hot buttons are, and you can't call up yelling and screaming at him or sending him nasty grams. Because unfortunately, that's not what gets the response. Showing up to a counter protest, when they were suspended, they actually enlisted the help of the Democrat Socialists of America to come and do a counter protest at the Owl down there, a statue on campus. That's a whole different organization.
Yeah,
and it's just not okay.
Absolutely.
I mean, I wouldn't want my kids anywhere near a Democrat Socialist of America with their red and white fist-raised flags walking down the street like, literally like Nazis used to do in Skokie, Illinois, for example. It can't happen, and we can't allow this to fester. It's like when you spread a light on a bunch of cockroaches. Yeah, they're going to spread out, but if you don't do something to get rid of them or keep them out, they're going to come back, and that's what's happening. I'm not calling anybody a cockroach. I'm just using it as a,
I hear you. Well, Eric,
analogy.
Thank you, and thanks for bringing this to light. Again, just let Dan know any updates on this, anything else that you see around this. We'd love to have you back.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to add one last thing. On February 24th on the Rowan campus, Neil Lazaris is going to be a guest, and they're going to be teaching people how to combat anti-Semitism, and that's on February 24th at 6 o'clock p.m. At one of the halls down there. You'll be able to find that, and you can find it on my Facebook, Eric Simkin. And I very much appreciate you shedding light.
Thank you, Eric, very much. Simkin, Eric Simkin. All right, the thing that stunned Dan and me was the fact this group Fire. You've heard them with all the hosts here, I'd say, over the years. We've had them on for one thing or another. Defense of the First Amendment, usually conservative, somebody who says something politically incorrect. Okay. They were touting that they got this group reinstated. We said, come on and defend that. Not in any, we like what they usually do. They said, nah, we'll pass on this one. It's just still not understandable to me. You heard what the stake is here. Come on, Rowan, you were right the first time. This is the group that you hear nationally. We know if you put a group, as he said, can you imagine a KKK group, the Noose, some kind of group that is hostile to something that the left doesn't like? You can imagine what we would hear from representatives. They don't have the right to be funded and to be mainstream. That's the bottom line. That's what Rowan's doing. They want to spout these things themselves. They can do that. But even then, during these college protests, telling people you're going to kill them, you're going to behead them, do all this stuff in the college campus, the college can take action on that. It's just annoying that people scream freedom of speech on this. What they're really doing is threatening. There's a difference. 855-839-1210. Love to get you and give me your reaction to that. Thanks to Dan for tracking him down. And right now, it's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
That is exactly right. We had a great guest on yesterday talking about our prize today and talking about this big event coming up. You can win a pair of tickets to Bucks County Paracon, the second annual paranormal conference on March 8th, Saturday, at Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For tickets and more information, visit bucks.edu/tickets. All right, Dan.
I'm actually going to be taking the reins on this
Okay,
one.
go ahead. All right.
So today's side question, what's something comfy? Who's someone comfy? I'm actually going to play a comfy song for you. This would be none other than Fleetwood Mac's Dreams. Very comfy song, but I'm not going to play it to you normally. No, of course not. I'm going to play it to you, sung in a different language. I want to know the country of origin of this not necessarily the language, but of this singer singing the language, all right?
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yep.
All right.
I am so spun out by this, almost creeped out by it for some strange reason. All right.
So give me this country of origin,
Country
please,
of origin.
especially of the singer. It's a country that has been mentioned this week, maybe even today. I'll say that.
Okay. All right. 855-839-1210. We'll get that. And just saw at the White House, Trump is turning up the temperature, good for him, on the Doge dollars, they're calling it, the savings to be returned to taxpayers. And I'll tell you how they're saying they're going to do that. And we'll get the answer and the prize coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs all day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
With a new administration bringing optimism back into the nation, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for crash-proof and it'll be great for my family and my future. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor 2-1. That's interest credit that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. I'm glad the market's up, and I hope it continues to go up. But at some point, the market's going to come down again, and I'm guaranteed not to lose anything. We can continue on this pathway to success with crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, that's right. Henry has his turn today. Henry, let's hear the clue, and we're looking for the country, right? Or that the person's
the country
from.
of origin.
The country of
The
origin.
language would be a little too difficult.
Right. All right, let me try Joe in Abington. All right, Joe, what's the country of origin?
Okay, I'm divided between, I got two guesses, India or Indonesia. I'm going to go with Indonesia.
I don't hear Indonesia, but good try, Joe.
Both
India
wrong.
and Indonesia. Okay, Calvin in the Northeast. Calvin, country of origin.
Hey, Don, what's up? My guess, how about Canada?
All right, and we would have accepted, what else,
We would have
Joe?
accepted Greenland, Russia, or even the United States.
And the reason?
It is the language of Inuit. That is what the Inuit people speak up north, way up north.
Eskimos.
Well, if you want to be derogatory like that, you go ahead,
Dom,
Dom.
watch your language.
I'm going to call them by their preferred name, the Inuit.
Okay. I don't know. I'm not putting Eskimo on my unpreferred list yet.
You're going to lose some
Somewhere.
listeners way up north now.
There we
Does
go.
Calvin in the Northeast speak Inuit? Is that how
Do
he
you
knew?
speak that, Calvin? Is that how you knew?
No, I heard it on my Pandora station, believe it or not, on Fleetwood Mac one time. And then the clue of, we mentioned it today, was how I guessed.
Wow.
All right.
Get me
Very
your
good,
algorithm.
Calvin. Enjoy the conference at the Zlock. All right. I just saw this a couple moments ago, and it's all fluid now at this point, that Trump has signed off on giving Americans 20%. I don't know why 20%. I would do more of the savings from Doge. Okay? Now, they're in dispute. Are these real savings, et cetera? We see it on what they put on the website. And have we actually captured that money back? Where is it? How does it work? That's an open question to get a good answer to. But in addition to that, Stephen Miller, who is the real policy guy at the White House, okay, he's their best presenter, says this will go to the House and Senate during this budget reconciliation. And this makes me nervous now that this is the way they're going to do it. And I guess maybe that's the only way. And then they will determine how this would go to the average American and how much. And I don't see the $5,000, and I'm not sure why. They kind of arrived at that figure. I saw one guy saying $200. You know, let's give some people some real money here. Here is Jasmine Crockett, though. We led the show off with this. Here's the Democrat response to this. She's the face of one of them, anyhow, contending to be kind of a leader, the woman with the false eyelashes that dukes it out with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Here's what she said about this $5,000.
Now, President Trump says he likes the idea of giving some of the savings from DOGE back to Americans as kind of a dividend. Would you support that?
Listen, he's just telling a lie. He's not the one that had anything to do with the $1,200 refunds that people had during the midst of COVID that was done by a Democratic House and Democratic Senate. Right now, what they're going to do is say, hey, we want to give you a refund, but Congress won't let us because they already know that there's just no money for that. The only reason that those refunds came before was because we were living in different times. This was a time in which hopefully we won't ever go through again. We had a once in a lifetime pandemic. The bad part is that I don't know if it's once in a lifetime because we know that Ebola, unfortunately, was detected right here in New York here recently. And if we continue down this road of getting rid of scientists or deciding that we don't want to rely on experts as it relates to what they're telling us to do, or we don't want to deal with vaccines and medicine in this country, then we may be facing not only our next pandemic, but our next 2, 3, or 4 pandemics because of their incompetence. So no, we are not in the business of giving out money. And honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
That's it at the end. $5,000. Can you imagine? This is what we're going to be facing. So we have a road to go here. My read, I didn't see Trump as animated over this. I'm not sure why. And I've had people call me today. We didn't get to the call, but people emailing me, give it a break with this $5,000. That's just more fraud and all the rest of it. I'm not seeing that. I don't get why. Give us the money back coming from these savings. What's the mechanism to do that? I don't even like the 20%. I'd want more. Yeah, but what about the deficit? Somebody called him. Oh, I get that. I'm sensitive toward it. But you know what? When I have to choose between the two, I'm giving the money back to the Americans that had it stolen from them to do all this nonsense. So once and for all, are you in the deficit club, which we never see and never know what, and all that wrangling? Are you in the club that says give the money back to the average American? Don't know if it'd be $5,000 or not. By the way, Kash Patel is the new FBI director. He's confirmed, and it was 51-49. So we knew Collins was going to vote against him. I'm a little bit unclear if, I guess, McConnell was the other. Did Murkowski not vote against him? A little unclear on that. It was not a tie. He passed 51-49. Now, other than RFK Jr., this guy is going to be the guy in the major position where there's going to be a lot of action, a lot of stuff that happens.
McConnell actually voted to confirm Patel.
Who did?
McConnell.
Oh, McConnell did. Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't hear any reason. Yeah, it's surprising. I thought out of spite.
Murkowski, no. Collins, no.
Okay. All right. Let me set something else up, too, though, that yesterday we had a lot of back and forth, which is fine on this. At times we may differ. You can call in and tell me why if you do. Dan, you may want to pull this on Mediaite. I'll set it up now, then after the break. Peter Doocy was one of the people, and he asked it in a reasonable way, that asked Mike Waltz, who's a great national security advisor. We've had him on the show several times. Who was responsible or more responsible for the war with Ukraine and Russia? Was it Zelensky or was it Putin? Now, this put Waltz in a difficult position. They already had Caitlin Collins, who didn't put a question out in a reasonable manner like that. It was much more attacking around this. So I'm going to play you coming up. We'll take the break. I'll play it coming up of Doocy asking the question and Waltz's response. This coming yesterday when we discussed President Trump and Zelensky. And look, it's fine, and I'm in agreement with a lot of this stuff. Don't send me any more pictures, though, of saying, what about the Nazi brigades? We know that. All right? Why are you going after Putin in this manner? Because you have to deal with reality. That's what he is. That doesn't mean we don't have to find a deal somewhere here to stop this. But I think Ducey asked a great question of Walz, who really had difficult questions today. Brian Kilmeade said, well, is Putin going to return the 20,000 children that he kidnapped, is the guesstimate, in Ukraine? So Walz has really earned his position today. We'll play you this, and we'll take your calls on someone or something. Today's National Comfy Day. That's comfortable. All that straight ahead.
An upper-level disturbance will move through the region today, bringing more clouds and the chance for some snow showers during the afternoon and evening. A coating is possible in some spots. It'll turn windy with a high near 30. Very cold tonight, becoming partly cloudy, breezy, low near 20. And for Friday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds, not as cold, but still windy with a high 38.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Purchase the all-new Acura ZDX with an incredible 0% financing for 72 months, plus complimentary charging bundles. Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop piazzaacura.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. But your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Think trifectas are rare? Not at PJ Fitzpatrick. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Coming to your calls. Get the answer today. Something comfy. Mike Waltz has really been from the morning show with Brian Kilmeade, as I told you, 20,000 kids that Putin has kidnapped. And he was asked by Fox's own Peter Doocy about this issue of the president's post that we talked about yesterday. And he said a lot of good things here that if in great analysis of several things they're trying to do with Ukraine, but he just never answered the question that Doocy asked. So I guess they're saying, well, it's time to move on from what President Trump said about Ukraine starting the war, which is just not in the realm of anything that I can see. Here's how it sounded with Peter Doocy and Mike Waltz.
After the president's post on Truth Social yesterday, need to know, who does he think is more responsible for the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Putin or Zelensky?
Well, look, his goal, Peter, is to bring this war to an end, period. And there has been ongoing fighting on both sides. It is World War I style trench warfare. His frustration with President Zelensky is that you've heard is multifold. One, there needs to be a deep appreciation for what the American people, what the American taxpayer, what President Trump did in his first term, and what we've done since. So some of the rhetoric coming out of Kyiv, frankly, and insults to President Trump were unacceptable, number one. Number two, our own Secretary of Treasury personally made the trip to offer the Ukrainians what can only be described as a historic opportunity. That is for America to co-invest with Ukraine in their minerals, in their resources, to truly grow the pie. So case in point, there's a foundry that processes aluminum in Ukraine. It's been damaged. It's not at its current capacity. If that is restored, it would account for America's entire imports of aluminum for an entire year. That one foundry. There are tremendous resources there. Not only is that long-term security for Ukraine, not only do we help them grow the pie with investments, but we do have an obligation to the American taxpayer.
Okay, right there, Dan. So, look, good answer by Walls is kind of a thumbnail of some of the stuff in the background. And we've heard about that, rare earth minerals, and it is incumbent upon the Ukrainians to sign off on that, I think, given all that America has done. So, difficult position. What was Walls going to say? Was Walls going to say to Peter Doocy, well, yeah, Zelensky and Ukraine are the ones responsible for the invasion of Ukraine? Notice he didn't do that. Now, I'm offering it in this regard, that Walls is in a difficult position. He said a couple of things there that are factual about Zelensky, about the rare earth minerals, about trying to get to a feat. In fact, he said a lot of things that are true. But notice he didn't sign off on this idea. Yeah, they started the war. That's the type of talk that's unnecessary, not factual, as we move forward. It's preposterous. It really is. So you want to continue to do that. I'm not sure why. Why do you need to reinforce that when it's obvious here that we got to get some concessions from the Ukrainians in the manner that Walls just talked about? I'm all in agreement with that. That's in their interest. It's in our interest. They owe it to us, given all that America's done moving forward. As far as the other stuff, come on. And as far as Putin, why in the world would you want to even offer What's the other side? What's the other side with Russia and what they've been up to and what he's up to? There is no other side. This guy is a menace, an extraordinary menace. The Chinese are the only bigger thing out there. He doesn't have the wherewithal they did. If he did, he'd be as big or a bigger menace. Isn't it time to just say that and move on? 855-839-1210. But good question from Ducey. And Walls made several points there that were instructive, other than actually answering that, because what's he going to say in the state of the president? You know, how's he going to get inside the mind? How's he going to articulate that? As far as the 20,000 children kidnapped, yeah, I think that would be a term of a condition to ending this, maybe not to getting to a ceasefire, but he made a great point. This is World War I conditions, and everybody knows what that was about, the slaughter. But with the best in modern technology, you put those two things together, and that is just devastating. All right, let's go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon to you.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you guys today. Before I get into it, I just wanted to say that when it comes to the Inuit word, I'm with Henry, and when it comes to free speech, even though I'm very much on that caller's side, I agree with Henry. Free speech is free speech.
So wait a minute, though, Robert. So when you're talking about at Rowan, you think Students for Justice in Palestine, remember, that means they get mainstream, they get student fees, they get all that, when that poster, to me, is calling for violence.
The problem, Dom, isn't that they have too much free speech. The problem is that people who would push back on that have had their free speech reined in by the left. The left caused this problem, okay, by letting one side run rampant and shutting the other side down. If you had the natural order of things, you would have pushback against these people, and it wouldn't be such an issue. And I'm not saying mainstreaming them. I'm just talking about whether they can carry a stupid sign or say stupid things when they're
wait a minute. They can do that. Here's my point. They can do that, but they cannot, under the auspices of the college, be in the good graces, because they get resources, they get protection, and they also get student fees that go toward their organization.
And if the people who are in charge of Rowan applied the same standard to them people that they apply to those of us on the right, it wouldn't be an issue. That's what I mean. They caused this issue. I mean, they took away the ability to people who would push back to push back, and they've given license to their side for their political expediency, and they could care less what happens on these college campuses as long as they're getting that money. But I don't want to spend too much time on this because you asking why that Bros podcast got so many people.
Yes, yeah.
And I would say to you, comfort. And what I mean by that is the left has just experienced a political apocalypse, and they're losing faith in their mainstream media. So they're looking for anybody who's saying things that they want to hear right now, and they're going to flock to it. It doesn't mean that it has any national implications politically. It just means that people – the head of MSNBC, Rebecca Cutler, was doing an interview on NPR, and she said, our viewers do not come to us for the news. Our viewers come to us for comfort. And that's why it all ties into today's side question.
Well, that's a great point. But, Robert, I'm telling you, as far as what I do, Dan does here, we don't hear this being good that would stimulate them, that this is the place that you go. I get what you're saying. There's a need to just constantly bash Trump and go to that. Well, CNN and MSNBC are in the tank. They're not working. So that's why it's kind of a mystery, 56 million downloads.
And their viewers and people who are panicking are grasping at anything right now. And this seems to be the thing right now, but I don't put too much stock in it. But with all this talk about comfort, I would just say that a comfort to a guy like me and my miscreant brother would be Sunday, we got the house alone with the dog, and we're watching football.
All right.
You
That's
guys
pretty
have
good
yourself
comfort.
A wonderful day, all right?
Thank you, Robert. Thanks very much. It's the lightning round next. We're talking about, if you're just joining us, this Midas Touch, even though the name is nowhere even near Midas, really, podcast that beat Joe Rogan at least last week, soundly, according to Podscribe, which is the kind of the arbiter of this. And we played some of it, and there's nothing there. I mean, wouldn't MSNBC, CNN, wouldn't they do better? They're not doing well at all. I mean, it's even worse than it was before. Fox is running wild. They had over 1 billion hits of their social media. 1 billion. I think that was in a month since Trump has been in office. That's stunning. So this is a phenomenon. And Democrats for a while are going to latch on to it, saying these guys are doing something. That's what we ought to be doing, when it's the policies that they're on the side of that you're not going to get away from. I can't say it enough times. If you say men and boys ought to be in female sports, that's beyond an 80-20. That is a killer. People that are apolitical take notice of stuff like that. They may not look at Doge and all this stuff every day, but when Democrats say, no, we don't want you to have $5,000, what do you think's going to happen? All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hey, it's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue's omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, they are buy one, get one free exclusively for DOM listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call them at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. What happens is you speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can do it online. Use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. And don't forget, use that code OMEGA50. You buy one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s, receive a second bottle free. Again, use that code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart, support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Elon Musk. Not necessarily going to align with conservative family values, is he?
The new GOP doesn't care, by the way. It's
True.
like they've thrown those family values out the window. I'd have his baby.
God's honest truth, for $22 billion, I'll sleep with Elon Musk. I'll take one for the team.
There's always a price.
I'm comfortable with my sexuality. I will take one for the team. And my wife would sign off on it. She'd go. She said, go stay for a week.
That's right. That's right. Nick had Elon's baby.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band.
The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This February, Hessert Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get up to $9,863 off MSRP on a new 2024 Silverado 1500 SSV. Lease a 2025 Chevrolet Trax LT for just $215 a month, or a 2024 Chevy Blazer EVRS just $335 a month, both for 39 months. Check us out online at HessertChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hessert Chevrolet!
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow.
Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, National Comfy Day. Hit us with someone or something that is comfortable. Bruce in the Northeast, I think, won already this week once. Hey, Bruce, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, good afternoon. Let me answer the question. On this cold winter day, allow me to answer the question on a day in July, and it goes like this. As you're lying on the beach in a beautiful summer day, the comforting sound of a biplane in the background with its gentle hum as it hugs the coastline on a lazy, laid-back manner.
Beautifully put. Yes.
Does that make it? I'm
that's
trying to work
beautifully
your
done.
way in there with you on the beach at that time.
Well, Ro did that. She paid to promote Dan and me flying over Wildwood with that. And then we had the kid on who landed on a bridge with one of those biplanes.
Yeah, that's right. That sound when you're laying there, and it's just so comforting on a summer day. You hear that slow motor, you know.
That's beautifully put. Now, that is insightful. That's true. I don't know that it's that loud. It's a little bit of a lower hum. You're usually...
It's more like a warplane than it does.
Yeah, well, it's more out at sea, so you're not really, it seemed to be hundreds of yards out anyhow when it goes by. Those things are really effective. I think an advertising campaign, you can't go wrong.
You always read it, right? When it goes by, you're like,
I have to. Yeah, it's something. You're standing there in the water, and you look up, and you want something to
I
read.
love Ro faking an ankle injury.
Oh, faking an ankle injury and saying, ow, ow, ow. She's falling into the water here because it was slow coming over. And she included Dan in. I don't know how the guy gave us a break on the wordage on that. It was stunning. Yeah, we'll have to do that again. We're over at Mulligan's. Come on over. Let's go to Alan in Hamilton. Oh, man. Alan, who's yours?
Lawrence Welk.
Okay. That's in the Larry Ferrari. We'll put that in there. Charlie in Orland. All right, Charlie, who or what is comforting?
This is one of the longest shows. It's over 60 years old, and it's right on 1210. Sunday with Sinatra.
Yeah, without a doubt. Just playing
That's a good one.
Sinatra since, was it 1950? Got to get the exact date on that. But the tradition, only in Philadelphia, can you do something like that. It is extraordinary how that has worked with people, without a doubt. Gary in Newtown. Gary, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, real quick. The $5,000 is redistribution. I'm for giving us our money back, but proportional to what we paid in. I'll just say that first.
Well, you think 5,000 is too much?
No, I think 5,000 for me and 5,000 for you. I don't know what you put in. I know what I put in. I don't think it's fair. It shouldn't be a number per person. It should be a percentage of what we actually paid in.
Yeah, but that's going to be calculation that I think is almost, very difficult.
Gives all those IRS agents something to do.
There's 36% of the people don't pay anything in tax. You're going to give them $5,000 back?
I would for this. Yeah, I think the greater good. Tomorrow, I'll let you open up on that. That's a fair point. I'm trying to think of who we should have on to talk about how this will work. It's cumbersome, but you know what? I think in the end, the hell with all that. I'm doing it. It would be well worth it.
Okay, so my answer today is going to be bacon and cheese loaded French fries made with beef tallow and a vanilla or chocolate milkshake of your choice.
Ooh.
That is very good. Yeah, the milkshake. I haven't had a milkshake in quite a while. It's brutal. Ugh, black and white milkshake. Oh, my God. All right, but, just an observation before we get the winner here, that there are objections to this, and I'm not in the camp of objecting to this. It can be worked out. Dan, are you an objector? Do you care that somebody didn't pay taxes is also getting $5,000?
I feel like I'm in favor of it, that I'm in favor of socialism.
Oh, man. Henry, do you care?
You know what? Gary made a good point there. I think I do care a little bit.
enough that you're willing to give up $5,000.
We're talking to people that are
Yeah,
against
I want my
student
money,
loans
but-
here for the unfair nature of forgiving certain student
Yes,
loans.
well, I'm in a situation where I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this, though, if I don't do it universally. That's my problem. So if you can say they never paid any tax and it's pretty easy to determine that, okay. But I don't know how we're gargantuan numbers here.
We have AI to do this. Come on.
Okay. Dan, who's your...
Dom, in the category of people, some great ones today were Bob Ross, Mr. Rogers. In the category of food, mac and cheese, chicken noodle soup, making you feel comfortable. In the category of things to do, Rob Raymond Salem said watching football on a Sunday. I love all those answers.
I kind of like Bruce's biplane, but you guys were mocking it.
That's
You
right.
like
No,
it?
that's where I was going to go.
All right,
too.
let's
That's
go with that then. We got 2 votes on that. That was quite a call. All right, am I turning into a socialist, Dan and Henry? Don't want $5,000 if these people that didn't pay taxes get it. All right, there's flaws in this.
I don't think I could ever call you a socialist. Though,
Maybe
but-
Trump is the one that's right. He's a little reluctant on this. I'm full board. Give them the money back. It would be the right thing and the politically right thing. You can let me know on Twitter at DomShow1210 if you agree with that. All right, I'll put it up a poll later on. Rich Cioli's back with 4 big hours next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Working Families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and